Kidneys. All right.
Liver?
Liver? I think I said liver. I don't know. Either way, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Vampire the Masquerade Rumors of the Dead, our Los Angeles-based Vampire the Masquerade V5 game. Thank you guys for giving me a moment in chat. I had ordered some monsters. The guy forgot them, so I had to reorder. And right as soon as I went to go live, the DoorDasher got here in a fraction of the time I expected, so it kind of interrupted me. But either way, let's go ahead and get started. Just a quick rundown. My name's Kevin. I'll be your storyteller. I go by It's So Sublime here online. Of course, Tabletop Down has a variety of different tabletop-related content, such as Vampire and V5 and D&D and all these things. One of the things I like to make prominent as part of our streams is to make them interactive. So if you haven't already, make sure to go to our Ko-Fi shop, check out the rumors and evidence that's up there and how to add those. Just a quick example, this way people can understand how it works. You can set a rumor about anything you want, such as there is a Malkavian elder that has been living in the city. Then you could add evidence to said rumor saying, I know a few of the Malkavians that have recently disappeared joining some sort of cult. You know what I mean? Kind of showing evidence that maybe there is some truth behind the rumor. Every time we hit a $100 goal, as part of the goal that you'll see on the Ko-Fi shop, we do make one of these rumors true, typically the one with the most evidence to support it. If you would like to check that out, give me 1 second here. I will give you a link to our World Anvil page where you can not only find all the current rumors to the game, but also all of the characters that are in our game. Go ahead and post that in the chat. Dead. There you go. There's our World Anvil page. So if you want to find the current rumors that are already circling around, that is under Chronicle Guide, The Scene, Rumors and Evidence. There is a large number of them already. You can add all your own evidence to those rumors, pick any one that you want. Also, keep in mind, if you have a subscription here, anyone with a tier 1 subscription either here or on our Ko-Fi shop, whichever you prefer, you do get to add a free evidence. So if you haven't reached out to me already, make sure to message me on Discord. That's the best place to reach me. And let me know what evidence you would like to add. I'll get that updated for you. Okay, and that is per month as well, so every month you can add a new piece of evidence. I like to show my appreciation for those of you that keep subscribed. But, as our characters left off last week, they had followed in pursuit of an individual that has been causing them quite a bit of grief since the beginning of this chronicle. Finally tracking it down to find out that the name of the individual was Victor Crane. Someone who used to work for Samuel Hirsch, the previous Baron of West LA being where they currently stay under Baron Izzy or Isabella Noir. And this right-hand man to the previous Baron has taken some sort of issue with Isabella and has been trying to cause her as many problems as they can. Particularly taking an interest in this coterie as being the newest member and easiest to manipulate within the city, using them as kind of the cannon fodder of which to start the war that he's trying to encourage. It would seem, anyway. Samuel Hirsch had met with them at Isabella's club, claiming that he was aware of this information and wanted nothing to do with it, so he came forward to present the information as a kind, upstanding citizen. In truth, it was simply a plot to allow him within the access of the walls to steal or kidnap someone, to make it even further complicated, as this individual had lured, I guess would be it, lured? I don't know how to say that word. Lured. It sounds wrong. These guys to a abandoned warehouse on the upper side of town in order to get them inside. And as they were looking for him, Marina, currently in the midst of a standoff with this individual, the rest of the coterie, spending time looking around the lower portion of the warehouse, sneaking up on that area, found a bunch of gas cans with a bunch of tubes and hoses and igniters hooked to them. It seems the plan means to firebomb this warehouse with everyone inside of it. Marina's quick thinking of using her blink ability to get face to face with him to keep him within close range. Does somewhat complicate the situation though, as now he has to make the decision to pull the pin while he is still inside the building and may change the outcome of the events. So yeah, that's a quick recap of where we're at. Like I said, check out the Ko-Fi shop. If it's your first time here, please follow the channel. Follows do help, and subscriptions help so much you wouldn't understand. That's what helps us keep the bills paid every month. I am a full-time streamer. It does keep the bandwidth coming. So let's go ahead and do some quick character intros. I guess, Job Man, if you want to tell everybody who you is, what you do, all that quick stuff, who you'll be playing.
Thank you, Kevin. Hello, everybody. I'm Jav. Tonight, I'm going to be playing Snowcone, our celebrity pharmacist, who has a bit of a connection with the person they just kidnapped. So if they make it out alive, they are going to have some fierce words for this person.
Yeah, that's definitely some interesting stuff. Tara, the possible mage, possibly unawakened mage. We're not 100% sure yet. New wave TikTok wizard, whatever you want to call her, that they've been helping out since the beginning. Yeah, Snowcone's got the personal attachment to her for sure. That's interesting. I didn't think about that. All right, cool. Paul.
Hey, Paul. Bones, Birch, and more importantly, Snowcone, we're in danger right now. Like, you may have heard something over the phone, but
yeah, that's true. Yeah, you guys are the ones currently standing over the fire bombs, right?
Well,
all right.
I'm personally not. I am at the stairs leading up to where Marina is.
Yeah,
that is true. Wonder how many of these bombs and explosives are all over the place.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes.
All right, Numerous, if you want to tell everybody who you're playing.
I am playing Numar Esnis, the La Sombra of the group, and recently kind of looking for a world to kind of lash out at people, and kind of got it. So you might have some frustration to let out.
Yeah, absolutely. This would be the place to do it.
Just like the unbridled rage.
Maybe that's what it is. This Victor guy really isn't against you. He just, he realized you had a need and he tried to fill it. You know what I mean? So he built a mall into a rage room, an abandoned warehouse into a rage room just for you. Surely that's it. All right, Jackal. Last but not least.
I'm playing
right.
Our game's Toreador. She's currently in the middle of sticking a stake through this man as he has a dead man switch in his hand.
That is true. Currently trying to stake this individual. You guys, I will just throw it out there. As far as my players, kudos, because you threw a wrench in my plans. As far as the way this whole thing was going to go, with Marina teleporting up there so quickly, I definitely did not plan on Victor still being in this building. So we'll see how this pans out. Actually, the whole situation, I mean, Samuel Hirsch, everything else, this may change the way I have to run it. So let's go ahead and jump on in. As we last left off, you guys might have to help me remember everything here. Marina, you were standing directly in front of him, pressing a stake into his chest.
Yep.
But we're just a little bit short of the full oomph needed to get it in. He's quick, not incredibly strong. Yeah, I know, you missed it by like 1 or 2. That's a hard roll to make, because what is it, 10 successes? I meant to look that up between the week.
That one's 5.
Oh yeah, 5 successes, but yeah.
10 is taking off the head.
That's what it is.
10 is decapitation.
10 damage for decapitation, you're right. By the way, I'll go ahead and throw a quick rundown for Samuel Hirsch on there as well on the World Anvil page, guys. It's not complete, but if you guys want some details on him, it's there. All right, so let's see. You were kind of working on impaling this individual. The rest of you were downstairs making your way up towards where you'd seen a light on in the upper levels, and kind of making your way that direction. And who was it? I believe it was Snowcone. You had a premonition about Tara being held upon a a wooden stake, more or less, or a wooden post being held up above a fire, almost as if she was being burned at the stake or prosecuted for being a witch, was the kind of information that you had gathered from your premonition. Only to hang up, or only to, what's the word for that? Kind of come to from your vision, to find that your phone was ringing with a phone call from the Baron saying that Tara had been taken hostage. Samuel it was all a ruse, and he had stole her and left. So that's all happening at once. And Bart, you were making your way upstairs. Numar, I believe you were still there in between Snowcone and Bart, right? Just kind of wandering around.
Yeah, I want to say we're probably a little behind where Bart was, right? Like Bart
Yeah.
ran first, and then
Yeah, he went invisible with a shotgun, just ran.
yeah, but we're still like all kind of running up to like, you guys, I think.
Right. So yeah, I think everybody was making their way that direction, except for Snowcone, whose premonitions abilities and keen observational skills helped him notice something that seemed out of place as he began to uncover something that looked like a tarp or an old nasty blanket thrown over some junk in this abandoned warehouse kind of strip mall area. He found several gas cans with hoses leading into them. Let's see. Snowcone, do you have any craft skills?
Craft skills. I have chemistry.
Okay, perfect. I think you would definitely know. Was it?
Specifically, the skill craft. Check. Oh yeah, never mind. You very much have craft skill chemistry, Snowcone. Shit, that is
Yeah.
your craft.
Yeah, he's the
Drug
chemist.
dealer needs to know how to make the drugs. Hello.
Your word of wisdom to all those out there: always check your drugs first. They make testers. They sell them on Amazon, guys. Test your drugs. Test your drugs. But anyway, yeah.
Still no academics come through. Now that I'm spotting that on the.
Oh yeah, Snowcone's got academics.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Or
Self-taught. Hey.
I think the big thing is, with your level of chemistry knowledge and understanding of chemical compositions, gasoline being one of them, you would think less that this is an explosive and more or less just an arson. You know what I mean? This isn't going to be the big boom. This is just going to spread fire outward. So it is something that, is going to be a major concern for a group of vampires in the building, especially if there's more of these placed all over the other locations. With inside this old abandoned factory, warehouse, strip mall, whatever it is. As you guys can tell, let me go ahead and swip over to our map image, even though we're not using a map. As you guys can see on this side, it's kind of like the interior. There was multiple buildings set up. It was probably like an interior strip mall or an interior mall at one point that has been long since abandoned. It's kind of in the factory districts. But yeah, I think that you would know this isn't going to just blow up in your face, but it's going to cause a lot of fire. It seems to be the biggest thing. There will be a mild explosion, but just something to throw out there since it was discussed throughout the week. But yeah, Marina, you're upstairs, currently pressing the stake into this individual's chest. What is everyone else doing? I'm trying to think just to make sure I know what everyone else has got going on. Bart, you were heading your way up. Do you keep heading your way up when you hear Snowcone rummaging around behind you?
Oh, totally,
Numar,
yeah.
do you keep following? Stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm just I'm kind of running up probably with Snowcone up to Bart. Are we on the first floor? Or
Yeah, it's only it's really a main floor type of thing. There are several of these, kind of like interior. They're not buildings quite like this image above me, but similar in a way, to where there are certain levels of it that have a second floor, but typically just like a small room that's added on top of a building type thing. Think of it like a bunch of cargo containers stacked one on top of each other. It only goes too high though. So yeah, for the most part, everything's on the main level. It's just there's a couple of upper rooms here and there where there are. I'm trying to think what they call the something boxes. Kind of like. Well, I was thinking like at a nightclub. You know what I mean? You have the one room that's up above where you can look down. There's what do they call them at football games?
Air boxes.
Airbox, is that what it's called? That's kind of what I was thinking of. Yeah, either way, it's kind of like that. There's just several places where maybe like your bosses would have worked and kept an eye on coworkers from up top. And that seems to be where you guys are headed, up a set of metal stairs that lead up to that area. Snowcone, as you unravel this piece of cloth and find these explosives under it, I'm assuming you probably try to alert everyone else as well. That's kind of where we left off last week, so I just want to give you guys the opportunity to do whatever you want to set yourselves where you want to be.
Yeah. I think since time is of the essence, and thinking quick and like thinking of like, oh, this is essentially a bomb. We're about to go up in flames. Snowcone not knowing like exactly where everybody is, like they know where everyone else was.
They're like
But
20,
just-
20 to 30 feet to your left. So they're still within sight, but they have ran ahead a decent a bit, like 30 to 50 feet,
Yeah.
you know, in one
is the other one's
direction.
invisible.
Right, everyone except for Marina.
No. Bart is invisible still.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Bart's invisible.
In theory, Snowcone could see me potentially, but
Oh yeah.
I don't think we've rolled for it quite yet.
Oh, yeah, his
Oh
aspects.
no! They could definitely see you because remember in the last episode they took a bit of their
Oh yeah.
poison to get the one of the sense. I believe it was in heightened senses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your aspects is off the charts right now, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you would know roughly where they are. I would assume you get like a shimmering image of where Bart is. Maybe you don't see full-fledged Bart as usual, but can tell his essence or aura, kind of, you know? Something like that, maybe. But yeah, you would know where they're at. And like I said, they kept running, so like Bart's probably like 50 feet to your left, Newmar is like 30 feet to your left, and they were moving up towards that skybox. Skybox, that's the name of it. It just clicked. Skybox up ahead where they had seen Marina, or heard Marina break through the window.
Yeah, I think I would just like say, "Shit, this is a bomb. The whole place is ready to burn."
There you go. How does everybody else?
Marina's still
Go ahead.
stabbing.
Yeah. It's like, what?
Huh, Bob? Huh?
Yeah, I don't think Marina, I don't know if you would hear
Yeah,
this.
no,
You might hear muffled
no.
voices from down below you, but I'm not sure you'd hear exactly what's going on without like heightened senses active.
Yeah, no, I turned it
Um,
off when I went to go shoot.
So you did say you were going to try and continue impaling this individual, right?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and deal with a few other things real quick first. So Bart and Newmar, you hear somebody say, yeah, or Snowcone specifically say, shit, this place is rigged to go off. What would you like to do at that point?
Is there a reasonable path out going forward, like going towards the front of the warehouse?
So moving towards the front and back, there's a lot of clutter. Like I said, this place is pretty dilapidated. You know, things that have fallen in, things that have been discarded and left disused inside the building. And it's a pretty sizable building. Like I said, almost the size of like a mall. A small mall, but like a strip mall more or less on the interior. So I think you would see, you know that where the front door is, you know, as far as that goes, it should be almost a straight shot from back to front. I think you guys made a bit of a curve when you came around the back.
Okay.
I think you would definitely be able to see an exit, but like there's also just, you know, trash and refuse that's fallen kind of in front of the door, but not, it's a little bit cluttered in front of it, but not barricaded. You know what I mean? So as far as that goes, maybe like an old beam or two has fallen that'll have to, you know, kind of give you something to jump over on the way there. But yeah, it's definitely not like the door has been sealed shut or anything, at least that you can tell from where you're at. This
From there,
individual
I
may
guess
have
I'll
done
still
things, but
cautiously approach the office where Marina's in.
okay,
That's all I can do on my turn.
gotcha. And Newmar, you're the last one, so just keep following or stop and help Snowcone kind of deal.
I think at hearing
Hold
that,
on 1 second, guys. I gotta go to the bathroom.
No worries, man. Do what you gotta do.
All right, BRB.
I would be looking for just keeping kind of an eye out for like what's around as far as like if they have like a map in case of fire or just a fire extinguisher
Oh
would be
yeah.
nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead and do a wits and awareness just to be on the safe side, and this will be super easy. Because, like, if this was kind of an abandoned strip mall, they probably would have one of those "You Are Here" signs somewhere. Macy's this way. Newmar's got to find the Foot Locker. He's like, if I get those really sweet Air Jordans, I'll just be able to jump out of here. They said so in the commercial. You know? All right, so let's see. Wits and awareness, 3. Oh, wait. Let's say, yeah, 3 successes. Okay, yeah, 3 successes, more than enough. Yeah, I do think that you do. And here, just to make my life a little bit easier, let me give you guys kind of a quick rundown of what I imagine this place to look like. Let's do. They've changed the way you draw lately.
Mm.
Makes it a little more complicated. I miss when they used to have the thing where you could just click points and it would follow a line. So anyway, this is kind of the general layout of the downstairs floor. So something kind of like that. You guys had entered over. Actually, you know what? Let's wait, erase that. We'll just put it right where that line was already. So yeah, you guys had kind of entered here through the back exit. The front exit would be here. There are probably multiple side like windows along the way, you know what I mean, as far as that goes, that you might be able to utilize. So like little windows at different locations throughout the storefronts, etc. So there are places to go. And then as far as second level, let's use blue. There is a skybox here where Marina is currently located. It would actually run clear up to the front. And then probably one over here. One down here. We didn't have an exact map, you know what I mean? But yeah, just a couple of areas where there are these second level buildings. That'll be the blue areas. Sorry guys, but bear with my bad drawing. I'm not very good with a mouse. But just so you have kind of a general idea what we're looking at there. All right, so that's kind of your general layout, and then you guys, of course, came through this area. We're making your way through and heading towards the set of stairs. Marina is here, and you found the firebomb / explosive right here. At least the one that Snowcone found. So that'll give you kind of a general idea what this place looks like, hopefully a little bit. So yeah, as far as your wits and awareness goes, you definitely do find a sign that says how to, where your exits are. Generally, they probably would have like a fire break in case of emergency thing next to it. You find an old fire extinguisher with a giant dent in the side of it. It may or may not work. It looks like it's been pretty disused. Upon checking the tag, it says expired like 2019, it may work.
Check the tag, but I get it.
Yeah, flip a coin. I'll literally be leaving that to pure chance. We'll roll a D100 to see if that thing works or not.
I had a question.
Yes, sir.
You said this was like an old mall building, right? Like,
right.
Like disappeared and stuff. Does that mean like there's like some old like left behind stuff in some of the like little storefronts and things?
Yeah, probably so. Yeah, you're gonna find a lot of junk that was left behind. For the most part, any of the like items that were being, I really didn't think too clearly about what this warehouse actually probably previously was. There's probably no not a ton of like merchandise that was left behind. Of course, they would have packed that up and taken it to whatever storefront. But there probably would be some things that got left behind just because they either weren't important or gotten forgotten. But there'd be a lot of like display shelves and racks and things like that that would have been just left and have toppled over. You know, I mean, things like that. Several boards that have fallen from upper floors, chunks of the ceiling that have fallen down to here. It's pretty old and discarded strip mall is kind of what I'm thinking. But yeah, if there was a certain item that you were looking for or something, some type of item you were looking for, we can always give that a luck roll to see if it's available.
Yeah,
Fire
I was
axe would
looking
be nice.
for if at all possible, I'm looking for like someplace that has like a lot of dust in it, like just like a giant bag of like something that sells like bags of dust or something.
Eggs of
It
dust.
doesn't work.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of dust as far as that goes, just between like the rubble that's kind of come down from the ceiling. But I think what you're looking at is some way of suffocating the fire. Is that the idea?
Yeah,
Like some like dirt or yeah, kind of things like that. Okay. Tell you what, go ahead and roll me a D100. I'll give it a 20% chance, and you can pick high or low, whether you want 80 to 100% or 1 to 20%.
Let's go high because I'm feeling lucky.
Okay.
All right, let's see.
Find your
I'd
bag
be
of dirt.
surprised if this is like a.
Oh God, so close too. Okay, so in that case, I think what you would find is a bag of manure. You know what I mean? And here's the thing: is that it is technically dirt. It is something that could be used to potentially smother, but depending on how much potency is left in this bag of manure, it could also be flammable. So it's kind of a coin toss. You know what I mean, as far as that goes. I'll let you just.
It's going to be a very bad smell.
Yeah, since he got so close, yeah, I was like, yeah, we'll throw it out there. So yeah, if it does work, it's gonna stink like hell, or stink like shit, to be honest. But yeah, if it doesn't work, it could also, potentially catch fire as well. You know what I mean? But this place is
like a
pretty
bag
old and
of shit.
disused. You think it would probably be pretty disused as far as that? But. Let me go ahead and do this as well. Marina, you were upstairs. As you place this into his chest, he tries his best not to react. He keeps a very stern kind of look on his face as looking at you. And this would be the first time I think we've heard Victor actually say anything as far as that goes. He didn't say much to you when you just came up and hit him in the chest, right?
We had a small conversation.
Okay.
Yeah. He's like, you might not want to do this sort of thing.
Negotiation.
Yeah,
Right,
he's
I
like,
couldn't
you don't
recall.
want to do this. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's
And then he got
exactly
shot
what
the
he's...
fuck up.
Right. I think that's exactly what he would say, again, kind of in the same situation. You kill me. No one will ever see terror again. I don't think he'd ever name your witch friend again.
Would? I mean, I'm still going to try to stake him.
Either way, think that we're both meant to die. As you go to plunge the stake.
Yeah. Would my entire my thing I was looking at, right, with what is it called? Rapid reflexes. It says I have enough for a minor action.
Right.
Because you mentioned last time I saw the thing in his hand. I don't know if you're still going with that.
Yeah, I think the way it kind of worked out, this was one of those things where we ran out of time last week, and I wanted to get to the climax as far as that goes. So as he went to say, he essentially said the same thing last time. If you do this, you'll never see your friend again. And then produces, or at that point, you would notice that he's kind of holding a bit of a dead man switch in his hand. I'm trying to think which would make the most sense. A dead man switch. I think it would actually be something he'd have to physically press. As far as that goes, it would be less of a dead man switch. With torpor and kindred, he would know if he gets torpored, he's going to freeze, so it wouldn't work. You know what I mean? I think a vampire would know better than to use something like that, because whether it's due to damage or staking, at the moment that you become torpored, you freeze up, not die. like normal. So I think it would be something that he would have to actually press. There is something in his hand as far as that goes, and you see just kind of like a crude apparatus with a switch on it. It looks like, if he just presses a button, it will do something. As to what it is, you probably aren't sure exactly, but it's not going to be good. You would get that idea, You've seen enough TV.
Yeah. Well, I'm guessing he's holding it pretty firmly, of course, but so I mean, the best thing I could do is try to stake him before he hits it. Try to press the rest of the way in.
Gotcha. In that case, let's go ahead and do this again. So this was kind of a melee roll with a stake. So let's see.
You said he wasn't. Yeah, you got rid of the -2 because he wasn't fighting back against it, I think is what you said last time.
Correct. Yeah. So you can still do that if you want. Actually, you know what? Now he's kind of holding this in his chest. He might want to resist, but no, we'll leave it as is. Yeah. So if you want to, just go ahead and make a strength melee roll to see if you can get this thing through his chest or not.
Yep. Last time I used Dex because my speed. This time I'm just pressing into the rest of this with what strength I have, because I don't have any of the speed left. Damn it, it could be a bit nice of it because I did rouse for Dex, but I can't use that, so let me just... And see if this worked. 2.
Right, 2 successes.
I think I had... How many last time?
Yeah, I was about to say, I kind of want to put this in succession. I think typically you're supposed to get it all in one, but in this case, I think it's okay that we...
multiple.
Yeah, I can't really recall. I need to look up the rules on staking. It's been a minute. But we will say that you stake the individual.
Yeah.
So this Victor Crane, at the very moment that you press even harder, you finally shove the stake far enough into the individual that he does. You see his eyes kind of glaze over momentarily. The expression on his face goes stark and rigid, and this device that was in his hand begins falling to the ground. Yeah, chat, if anyone out there has the staking rules, feel free to post me that info, but don't worry about it if not. I'm just kind of curious at this point.
Do you think rapid reflex, since it would give me a minor action, I could attempt to catch it before it falls?
I do think it will give you an option to attempt to catch it. That's the word. Yeah. Key word there, attempt. Yeah, attempt. So I want to see if you can catch this thing before it hits the ground and triggers the device, or if you can do it delicately without triggering the device. So let's try and think of a clever roll for this.
Definitely be dexterity something.
Yeah, obviously going to be within your wheelhouse. This is probably something you're going to be good at.
50-50.
Oh yeah, you only got +2 on Dex.
Yeah, I need to get my Dex up at some point, but...
Okay, so let's see. Dexterity, and... You got any suggestions for me? I mean, whatever you kind of like there.
Athletics would be the only other one I'm really...
Dex Athletics sounds good to me. And, like, this is a lot happening at once. Said it probably 4 successes?
4. I did rouse my blood last time for Dex, if not mistaken, to...
I think you did.
Roll.
Yeah, because I believe you or wait, no, you roused it for strength, I think, because you were staking, right?
I used Blink. I used Blink to move up and use Speed to
stab. Gotcha. Okay.
Cool, so I was using just straight Speed to try to do it. That last bit was Strength to try to press the rest of the way in.
That's what me, guys. I gotta take better notes between games. Your Dungeon Master's lazy.
Let's see, so it'd be Athletics with Dexterity, Pool Size +2, and then a 4 difficulty. I want to use willpower.
Absolutely. I bet you do. Let's see.
That does not help.
You reach for the device, and just before you get your hands on it, like, you touch the device, it tumbles, it spins.
Oh, wait. Never mind.
Good.
We're good.
You got something?
I was gonna see I don't think I'd use celerity for this.
Your celerity kind of has some things, I think, that allow you to do certain stuff. Like Cat's Grace allows for, like, nimble.
I don't know if I'd use my celerity pool to try to roll for it, but I don't think I would.
Yeah, no, this is more just stealth. Yeah,
Yeah,
And that's what I was
that
going to
would've
say.
been
If
a
you had,
different one.
yeah, if you had fleetness, that allows you
Yeah, that's what it was.
to add to it. But yeah, I think at this point you go to grab for it, and it tumbles just. I mean, you actually like touch it before it tumbles from your own hand as well, and goes clattering off onto the floor. The first bounce, it lands on the handle. Second bounce, it lands on its side. Third bounce, it lands on the button, and you hear the click.
Well,
Bart, you had
Then-
just stepped up into the room at the point. I'm assuming you were heading up the spirals, or it
Sure,
wasn't
yeah.
full spiral, just like a switchback stairwell, kind of like a fire escape. You know what I mean? Just
Making
in
my way up.
time to see this individual, rigid, stiff as a mannequin, falling over to his side as Marina goes diving for this strange device that you see. It clatters to the ground, bounces in your direction, and lands right before your feet, where you see it depress and click a button. And you all hear the sound of a infernoous roar coming from down below. Snowcone, you had found this bag of manure. Was there anything that you had planned on doing with it prior to this? Because you had a moment before this happens.
Well, since shit has literally hit the fan, I guess it's time to throw shit into the fire.
Okay. I love it. So your goal is to try and use this kind of manure dirt pile to cover the mound that you had found, maybe? Keep the explosion to a minimum?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and make this a craft roll. You're pretty good at crafting, I think, right? You got a little craft, maybe? Or no, you said yours was, chemistry. Let's take a look at your character. Trying to
Well,
find a
he has
good roll
craft.
for you.
Chemistry as a special.
Oh, okay, yeah, craft and chemistry. Okay, so yeah, let's do like Dex craft or something like that. I think that works.
Okay.
You know what? I mean, this is I think you're still gonna have to take either Dex or Strength to move the bag, but your crafting skill, as to how well and how quickly you can cover this object will make the biggest difference.
All right. Let's see.
We're making it up as we go, guys. Bear with us. I make it up. That's what D&D and Vampire and all these things are. It's making shit up on the fly, but we have fun and we tell good stories.
Oh my god.
Ooh, yeah. So you go and grab. Do you want to spend any willpower first off?
Oh, willpower, yeah.
oh,
Let me see if I have any.
He's like, shit, do I get willpower to spend?
I got. Oh my god, I have exactly one.
Because it
left.
doesn't refresh right now,
Do you,
right?
do you want to use it now? Is the real question.
yeah. Is this the?
I'm right in front of the thing that's about to set the whole thing ablaze, and I'm. Fuck
like
it. I'm
this.
gonna save it. I'm gonna save it because I have a feeling that there's gonna be something worse. But
Down the
after
line.
this. Yeah.
Okay. So what happens? You grab a hold of this bag. It's probably like 5 or 10 feet away from the explosive device that you had found. You run over, grab the bag, and begin running back to dump it on and pour it over this. As you do, you realize that there is a tear in the corner of the bag and now a trail of shit running behind you, where it has been leaking out of the bag as you get to it, now holding an empty bag that you go to dump out. At the exact moment that you begin to hear poof, 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 of multiple explosion points within the building, where several of these gas can combinations have been set up. So luckily, the explosions aren't massive in scope, but they do spread rapidly. And with the old debris, tenders, and kind of like fallen cross beams and things that were all over this building, it's going to go up like a candlestick.
I
Go
just
ahead,
had an idea.
I saw you get the idea, that moment of seeing it
Okay.
happen.
Okay, so you said there's dust on the floor, right?
Yeah, this place has been disused for years. You could literally scoop it up, it's so old.
Okay, here's my idea. How far am I away from the car that that Marina drove in on?
So you guys came in the back door, and Marina went straight on an angle through the upper front. So she had parked the car right in front of the door. I'd say it's probably like 100 feet or more to that car, headed straight through the front, which there is a couple of obstacles and now fire in between you and the car. And then probably about the same to the back of the building. You know what I mean? Just to get out of the building. The car, would be out front. So you're kind of caught in between. So it's about 100 feet or so either direction that you want to travel from your location here. Oop. This was represented to kind of be you and where that bomb is there. So yeah, you would either have to head this way.
Okay. Here's my idea, and I want everybody to hear this. I want to get to the car, not drive away, but I want to get in the car, drive like close to where some of the fire is, and then shift gears and start either doing donuts or like burning rubber as much as I can to fling up as much dust as possible and
Trying to
throw
throw
it
as much
into
dust.
the fire.
I get what you're
Right.
saying. I think the biggest thing here is that you are now in this Inferno building. So, like, as good of an idea as it is, I think this is the point where we're going to have to make a couple of skill challenges to get out for everybody anyway.
I think you're in the safest spot you're in the worst spot at the moment. We're closer to the exits than you are.
Right. I like the idea, though. I mean, it's a clever idea, using the tires to move more dirt than he can move with his own hands. That's a clever idea. But yeah, I think the biggest thing is at this point, and just, OOC here out of character, but like I think the idea was to have a bit of a skill challenge for your escape route anyway. First off, what I need everybody to do is to make the same roll. It's going to be dexterity and athletics to try and dodge, to make sure that you aren't in the fire as it's spreading. This is going to determine how much damage you take because of this. So try to roll high. If you want to spend your willpower, spend your hunger to increase your rolls, any of those things. Very nice. Marina, you are looking for 5 successes. So everything, well, I was about to say, everything that doesn't hit 5 successes, the difference will be damage.
A rouse check.
Judah.
And this is aggravated. See when it gets close to 5 or over 5, if you can. Nice, 2. That's why I was asking if you wanted to
I'll
spend
spend
that
one
willpower
extra,
yet, because this might be
like,
where you
player
really want to
dice.
spend it.
Oh, the player dice.
We'll go up to +3. Yeah.
Thank you, chat, for sending us extra dice. They're gonna need it. The show ain't over yet. Oh, rough, man,
Willpower.
rough. Willpower that.
Willpower. Definitely willpower.
Just in case you guys out there in the chat want to know the way that works, I think it's $2. Double check me. Yeah, $2. You guys can give somebody +1 dice. They can use those as many times, as often, or as many of them as they want. So they could add 4 or 5 of them if they have them saved up to blow out one roll or however. So those extra dice really do help these guys.
Okay.
Marina could have used it on that strength roll, that's for sure.
Yeah, another strength. The one trying to
All
get
right,
the.
so Bart,
button.
you're
Right now, the
you're
fits,
looking.
How's Marina for
Yeah.
Dex?
Marina kicked
good.
ass.
That's the one
Yeah,
that's
strength athletics.
Okay.
Yeah, or dex athletics. Yeah, Marina got 5. Snow cone currently sitting at 2, so this might be the one where you actually want to spend that willpower. If that's up to you. Also, same for numerous. You're sitting at a current 2, from what I see, right?
Yeah, and I can only reroll 1. Is that it?
Let's take a
both
look.
of those are quite feel bad.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, you can only reroll 1, but that's up to you as far as that goes. Those of you that are currently sitting at 2 would be looking at 3 points of aggravated damage. This is fire, not good. As far as all that.
And then also, is that prompting a fear frenzy?
Yeah, we're going to have to do that as well. I just wanted to get the initial explosion out of the way. And then, let's see, Bart, okay, so Bart takes 1 point of aggravated. Nice. Okay, so you got the extra one. That's good. So you take 2 points of aggravated. Keep in mind, guys, most of these individuals have between 4 and 5 health. So to take 2 aggravated damage is completely marking off 2 of these boxes. That's a hard hit for a lot of them. So yeah, that's pretty rough. Then you still have to navigate the building.
I'm going out through a window.
Going out whatever
Hey.
the hell way you can, right?
And we see if I can drag our friend along with us.
That's
I'll
the
take
that's
body.
the other fun part.
I can do the lifting here.
Oh, okay. I mean, I was just gonna blink out with him if I could, but
Ooh, that would be nice if.
Yeah,
the
it's one of those
expenditure away.
It's one of those situations where Marina has the speed and Bart has the strength. It's kind of a mixed bag.
if I grab
let's
hold of
see.
him and I lose my grip, then he's gonna be there for you.
All right, Snowcone, are you sticking with your 2, or do you want to use that willpower to try and re-roll the 2 extra? Or no, wait, shit, you can only re-roll 1 die too, can't you?
Yeah,
Rough.
at that point, it's just like.
Yeah. Do you have
It's
any?
not
Do you
gonna
have
be
any
enough.
player dice, or like chat dice?
I think I have 1 left.
If you would like, I'll let you roll it in, just since I didn't quite explain the whole rules before everybody got to the rolls. Has anyone ever noticed that if you highlight the dice, it tells you what the roll was?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I never knew that. Like if you drag to like highlight it like you were highlighting a text, it actually shows you what the number was on the dice. That's very cool.
Yeah.
I actually kind of like that. But yeah, I was just saying, if you wanted to, I'd let you roll that singular die if you wanted to spend it here just to see if it gets you an extra, but that's up to you.
Considering I have to navigate my way out of the building, and I'm already taking damage, I'm assuming that I'm gonna have to like make checks if I'm gonna be running through fire to get out of the
Yeah.
building. So I'm gonna have to
All right,
take-
cool. So in that case, you take 3 points of aggravated damage, which is pretty harsh for you. I'm pretty sure. Let's see, what does your health even look like? I don't think it's enough to kill anybody outright, but definitely enough to hurt. Yeah, Snowcone, and it makes sense thematically too. Oh God, holy shit! He's got 1 superficial left before he goes to torpor. So just for the record, you
looks
are.
like there's one good one. The one on the right.
Oh, is that the
Yeah,
way
what?
that these work? I've never actually used these sheets
I mean,
before,
like, it's
so.
just, you can fill in the boxes in whatever order you want.
Okay.
You just don't want all of them to be red, because then
Okay.
you're torpid.
I see it now. I was looking at it wrong. I
There's 2
didn't
boxes.
see that. Okay, so yeah, I was just about to say. All right, cool. So in that case, not impaired, which is good. Cool. All right, I was just making sure I didn't see that last box. Nobody's
You're
impaired
not
yet.
impaired. You're just on fire.
Yeah, nobody impaired then.
No,
Okay, meaning at least a slash in each box. All right. So in that case, you hear the explosions all over this building. There is fire now erupting up the walls around these pieces of debris, junk, old, refuge that has been left and discarded all over this building, and the refuge is catching quickly. These things inside of here haven't been used. The old shelves that I mentioned that had been toppled over are now beginning to go up like candlesticks or matchsticks very quickly as far as that goes. Bart and Marina being in the upper floor, you are close to an external window, as you had mentioned, so this will probably be easiest for the 2 of you, just since you have a point of exit. But Numar, you were kind of making your way behind Bart. I'd say you're at the bottom of the stairwell. Let me go ahead and draw that on here real quick too. Use like a silver or gray, so that stairwell is like right here and just goes up. You can't tell what the hell I'm drawing there, but anyway, there we go. So there's your stairwell. You're at the bottom of that stairwell, as everyone else is at the top of that stairwell. Let's go ahead and do this. Kind of give a little bit of a idea of where everybody's at. Oh, whoops. Okay, so Snowcone, you were over here at the point that it exploded. Numar, you are currently right there. Bart, you had just came up the stairs and entered the room, so you're kind of right around there, and Marina was right around here with this individual. So that's where you're, just to give a rough idea. This doesn't have to be perfect. But yeah, I think as far as that goes, what is it that you guys want to do to try and escape? I'll leave this one to you guys as to describing, kind of what you're looking for if you want to.
I want to try to just grab onto the torpor man and see if I can just blink down.
Okay, trying to blink out of the building. All right.
Yep. Holding onto this guy. Try to bring him with
Yeah,
me.
gotcha. Bart, you kind of going for the same window, or?
Now I'm giving it a little bit more thought. Just looking back, knowing Numar was actually tailing me a bit for like somewhat close.
Yeah.
Is there any fire between like him?
No. So luckily, this little fire escape type stairs is a metal stairway. You know what I mean? He's at the bottom of the stairs. You're at the top because you had just got to the top and kind of entered the room, and you probably had just heard the first metal stair behind you as he was following up behind.
Yep.
But yeah, absolutely, it's kind of happening. But anyway, sorry, I got distracted. Look at the chat. Sidious, how you doing?
Where are you going, Numar?
Yeah.
I don't know if I can get up there. Like, is there fire? We said there's no fire between us.
No, yeah,
Or at
no
the same
fire on the
time-
stairwell, but everywhere else is bad, and including the room, Marina, that you're in. There was holes in the floor, you know, where this place has been pretty old and disused. So you are starting to see fire kind of come up along this the northern exterior wall where there was kind of holes. You're starting to see flames licking up through there as far as that goes. It's starting to come up through. Snowcone, of course, is in the most dangerous situation. He was a little bit behind, right next to the explosion, and now fire is kind of spreading all around everywhere where he's at. So the big question is just how to navigate your way out, and who you want to try and save or help along the way.
Yep.
I know that like smoke rises and stuff, so on the stairwell, I'd rather stay on the first floor. But it also kind of depends like where there's a clear path. There's no fire on the stairs, but well, I think I do want to like make sure Snowcone's got a way out too, because he's on the way out, and
Snowcone was right in the midst of it. That's for sure. So there's where the initial explosion happened. I'll just use these as kind of points of explosion.
Oh, yeah.
gosh, I just see him like engulfed in flame. Think I'd be yelling, snow cone?
Snowco? You okay over there, buddy?
There you go. So something probably. Let's see. Let's actually do
I
this.
lost visuals on him.
Oh, did we lose somebody?
No, just Snowcone engulfed in flame.
Oh yeah. I kind of put him in the center of it.
Though still, are we resisting for frenzy?
But yeah,
Among
so
Us?
oh yeah, thank you for the reminder, because I definitely forgot that. So yeah, if you would like to, this would be a good chance to do a frenzy check. Let's go ahead. You remember what
Yeah, would it be any close enough for me? Yeah.
I think so, because you are seeing flames flicking up through the floor. Let's go ahead and give everybody one just for the fun of it. I got my little notes here. Do you guys remember how to do the frenzy? Oh, you guys got a frenzy button, don't you? Nice. Yeah, it makes it real easy for you.
Pool size modifier won't be anything I need, right?
There you go. So you're pretty close to a flame there, but you're having the worst rolls tonight.
I mean, it's still fair. Like you're
also the closest to it. Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see if your body can make its way out.
I feel like that meme of like, yo, whoever's preying on my downfall, you can stop now. You've won.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. So let me see. Let me check my cheat sheet here for DM. Sorry guys, I am newer to Vampire, so I have to check my cheat sheet occasionally. Core mechanics. So let's see. Under Frenzy, you lose total control typically, correct?
It's kind of one of those. It depends on the scenario and how much you trust your player to. Just
I feel like I'll
needed.
Right. So effect, let's see, types of frenzy: fury frenzy, hunger frenzy, terror frenzy, flees from the source without regard to anyone or anything on the way. Can no longer perceive, ends, and it ends when you can no longer perceive danger. Let's see. So inside a burning building, the difficulty was 3 on this. So anyone that didn't roll at least 3.
Well, all of us failed, besides Paul. Bart. Yep.
Okay,
Everyone
so
failed.
I will give you guys the fact that you want to run. You know what I mean? If Bart's the only one that didn't fail, Bart, you may be the only one that has any control of your faculties in this case.
Yeah, I was say, would it be as bad up in the room I'm at though?
It probably wouldn't be as bad where you're at, so we'll say that yours fully exposed. Let's see, fully exposed. Actually, just inside a burning building is 3. Being burned is a 2. A bonfire is a 2. Obscure. I don't see how that makes sense. Obscured sunlight. I'll say for those of you that are upstairs, we'll make it a 2. So that if you have at least a 2, Marina, you can use that.
Yeah.
That's up to you.
You know, yeah, I was thinking like, I barely see any of the fires, like just partially down there. It's like,
Right.
shit, I gotta go.
And also keep in mind that once you're free from it, you can then regain your faculties and go back in if you choose to. That's up to you. But yeah, I think this is a good representation of kind of how chaotic everything's gone. Also, let me go ahead and copy all of this stuff, by the way. Copy. I forgot to move you guys to this image.
Question about Snowcone's hair in chat seems interesting.
Oh,
It's never gonna be the same again.
There we
So
go.
lit. Wow.
If there were ever a time to get white hairs, it would be right now.
Yeah.
It changed the
That's
shape of the
yours.
drawing that I did. I don't know what the deal
Oh,
is
that's
there.
weird.
Yeah, it kind of like messed everything up. I
That's
was
close
just gonna
enough.
copy over to this, but yeah, it's good enough. You know what I mean? That's fine.
Vague
Just so you guys
shape
have
of
a general
building.
idea. Just so you guys have a general idea what it looks like. But yeah, the building is now well on fire. But yeah, what do you guys want to do? You know what I mean? As far as that goes, those of you that have to flee just need to flee.
Yep.
I'll allow you to use your own skills to do it, and you can tell me how you'd like to do it. But fleeing is your only real concern at this point. Whereas those of you that don't have that frenzy to deal with, you may still have the faculties within you to go back and try and rescue a friend or something like that if you want to.
Yep, just grabbing onto this dude and trying to blank out.
Okay. So you're grabbing the dude and trying to get GTFO. Gotcha.
And I'm hungrier.
Nice.
Be fun.
All right. Just a quick rundown anyway. It's just there for looks. Front. There we go. Sorry, I'm trying to get all the map. This is where I probably actually should have done a map, but I didn't plan on being this extensive. It got crazy. All right, so Marina, you're grabbing hold of the individual and trying to get out. We're going to need a strength check to see if you are strong enough to hold on to him while using lightning speeds for your character. I know you're not a super strong person.
No.
But yeah,
But
I think
it's-
strength athletics would make
Yeah.
sense. Strength, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that would work for you.
That'd be the-
Really isn't. Yeah,
Composure?
that's the best. Yeah, composure. Yeah, using your composure
composure.
might even fit in here. I'd allow a composure athletics. Give you a couple
Alright.
more dots on that.
Yeah, trying to actually actively compose myself to grab the right spots and then go out.
Hold your shit
Make it-
down long enough to grab him
Yeah.
properly and get out the window.
Composure. Oh, I can't put a. Oh, that's my line. I got it. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, this monster is
Composure.
amazing. Ah,
3.
nectar of the gods, I tell you.
Nice.
3, yeah. I think 3 is enough. It's going to take you a second while you're kind of, wrapping him up. Bart is standing there, Bart, you can see her as she reaches over, grabs this individual, starts kind of wrapping his torpid, stiffened body around her to the best and wrap it, like holding on to them as they get ready to flee. And you would see that. You could also, Bart, from your position, see that Numar is down below you. Numar, what did you roll in your frenzy check?
2.
2.
I think just barely failing. Yeah.
You can see the wide eyes of Numar. His eyes are
Uh-huh.
very wide. He looks frantic and is searching anywhere desperately for a way out. And you would also see that behind you, you would see Snowcone, who is in the same kind of situation. Frantic, wide-eyed, and possibly even like some of his clothes are burnt. You know what I mean? He's taken some serious damage as this explosion went off, and he looks the most frantic, but is also surrounded most by flames.
Yep.
So kind of up to you guys if you want to help each other out to get out of this place, or just every man for themselves and run like hell. But what would Bart like to do at this point?
I don't think I have the ability to save in this scenario, so I will do a quick glance around the room to see if there's anything that looks like important papers.
Gotcha.
Then from there, be bailing.
I should ask, what did you roll?
I got like a 5 on my forensic check.
You're gravy then. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Taking a look around, you don't see anything, and honestly, it might even catch you as a little bit odd. Just taking a quick glance around, doesn't look like there was any chairs that were being used here. Doesn't look like anything that was, like it wasn't like he was using this as a secret hideout or office. More or less just a place that maybe they had, owned or obtained or knew about something, and they set it up specifically for this meeting. As far as that goes, it doesn't look like they've been hanging out here or anything like that.
Yeah, I'll carefully get down through the second story window. So, kinda.
Okay.
A good crouch jump going to get down
Yeah,
there.
let's go ahead and come up with a roll for that then. Like I said, you guys are closest to the window.
Dex
Only need to make
athletics.
one roll. Dex athletics is fine with me.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys closest to the window only need to make one roll. Those of you that are further in the building might have a little more work. I'm not trying to beat you up too heavy because you still got a lot to do. All right. 4 successes. Nice. Yeah, I think you can get down from the window pretty easily. You know what I mean? You've jumped from higher, right? It's a matter of just finding your landing spot, not cutting yourself too badly on the window on the way out, but you are
Yep,
up
bending
and
the
out the
knees.
window. Yeah, exactly. But, excuse me. That leaves Snowcone and Newmar behind by themselves in the building. You two at this point are both frenzying, so you're frantic, looking for any escape, and it would be very hard for you to spend too much time divulging towards anything that is not going to lead to your immediate escape. I will go ahead and say, though, that you have the ability to help each other as long as it still leads towards you getting the hell out. So it's up to you how you want to handle that. These green marks, of course, are windows. You guys can use those to escape if you want to, but it's there's obstacles in front of almost everything as far as this building.
Well, I think we established I have a fire extinguisher, but we haven't established if it works yet.
Yeah, you do.
Is
You
that
want to
right?
try and you want to try and use that?
So I think I want to get out on the first floor just because, fire is going to rise, I think. So
Right.
I would try to make an exit maybe around there and use the fire extinguisher, hopefully to like clear a little bit of a path. And maybe it'll help Snowcone for part of it, but he definitely has the first 10 feet to worry about on his own.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
that helpful.
Absolutely. So yeah, just trying to use this fire extinguisher, getting the best use out of it that you can. Snowcone, what's your plan here? Are you just making a straight dash, or is there anything that you want to try and do along the way? Really, this is going to determine what roll you make. So if you could think of something that plays to your skills, this would be the chance.
Jeez. Well, I'm panicking right now, so rational thought is kind of gone out the window. So I think, keep it simple, stupid. See a window, just run towards it.
Got ya. Cool. Yeah, yours was here. One there. One there.
You want to go to the window I'm extinguishing or the other window? That's contemplate.
Yeah, let's say you would definitely start to hear the sound of the fire extinguisher going off. Just for the records, your fire extinguisher is working, but not to maximum capacity. So what I'll give you, depending on how bad you rolled earlier on that, or how well the luck roll went, was how well this thing was going to work. I will give you +2 to each of your dice rolls in the case of navigating your way out of here, since it still is partially working. So the best thing I guess I'm going to need from you guys here is either Dex Athletics, Strength Athletics, or anything else that you can think of that would, more or less represent mad dashes to get out of this building. Yeah,
I think it would
strength
just be-
Strength Athletics and Dex Athletics, I know, are two pretty good covers for stuff like that.
All right. I'll do dexterity because it's the same as strength for me.
I'll muscle it. It's also the same for me.
Okay.
Was it the +2 in navigating your way out?
Damn it! I hate when my rolls take forever.
It gets that way sometimes for sure, man. I don't know what's up with Roll20. Roll20 can be problematic.
I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna do a willpower reroll on this. I am trying not to die.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I guess you can't frenzy any harder, so.
Yes, you can frenzy harder.
That's true.
Now, don't say shit like that because then something happens.
I'll think of something.
Don't tempt fate.
Gonna smell your cooking meat and be like, tasty.
Now you want to stay and grab a bite.
Hey!
God.
Nice. All right, so you got 2 successes. Numar, you got 3. This is a pretty dangerous situation, so I'm going to say that Numar, you get yourself to the window. The number I was kind of looking for again, like the fire check was 4. So number that you, Numar, you'll get yourself to the window. The window is still kind of barricaded a little bit. It seems like you can clear the rubble, but you're still stuck in this building for a moment. So at the time, you're kind of surrounded by fire, a little bit panicked, and things are getting rough. You've already frenzied, so no need to make you guys frenzy roll again. But I will go ahead and kind of throw out the idea that the flames now are probably closing in. Snowcone, you got, what, 2 successes as far as that goes? I think as you went to take off, you found yourself impeded by more obstacles than necessary. You know what I mean? Like it's a challenge to try and navigate your way out, and have, probably stumbled, fell, and knocked over a few things. Maybe even potentially like beams collapsing, and falling all around you, causing even more issues. I want both of you guys to give me Strength Athletics, difficulty 2. And this will, of course, be for damage again. So you only have to get a difficulty 2 this time since you're not in the explosion, but this will determine whether or not you take any more aggravated. Nice.
Oh, thank
Okay.
goodness I'm rolling good.
So you guys navigate. I like how everybody takes a giant sigh of relief there. No more aggravated damage, but the flames are starting to get hot. You're uncomfortable, you're aggravated, you're scared. All of these things. Numar, you can actually get out that window now if you want to. Go ahead and give me, I guess.
Helping, like, breaking open the window?
Yeah, I think that's a good way of doing it too. So if you want to go ahead and give me like one more Strength Athletics, it's only a difficulty of 2, and you can add a +2 thanks to Bart's help. As far as that goes, and then same for you there, Snowcone, Dex Athletics or Strength Athletics, whichever you prefer. And it's only a difficulty of 2 to follow in his footsteps. Now that he's cleared you a path.
Oh, you want me to do a separate roll for the window?
Yeah, to kind of actually make to bust the window, get out, whatever you gotta do to navigate out that window, you know what I mean? Ooh, there's 1 success. Snowcone's having a little trouble getting stuck behind, but that's all right. We'll save him. Somebody will save him, surely. Yeah, numerous. Yeah, if you want to do one more to kind of see if you can get out the window. Like I said, between all the debris and trash and refuse that are covering windows, blocking areas of ingress, etc. I didn't plan on spending too much time on this, but still a dangerous situation.
Okay.
Rich putting a hand out dramatically towards Snowcone. Come on, man.
Snowcone is just like there's no words. It's literally just screaming from him.
Huh?
Like, you grab it, just
One.
like, "Ah!"
You need to step over the ledge and through the window. Come on, Snow.
I like that it's just one long monotone scream. Oop. I lost audio. Hold on 1 second, guys. Bear with me. Give me 2 seconds here. This way I can make sure the chat can hear you. Sorry, guys. 2 seconds. Assuming you can still hear me, I'm just getting my earpiece to reconnect. Okay. Somebody give me an audio test.
Hello.
1, 2,
Yeah, okay.
testing.
Yeah, we're good. I don't know why it does it. Every now and again, that earpiece likes to disconnect itself. But yeah, I hear you.
Bluetooth
All right,
are
so
fun.
yeah, right. Well, it's even worse because, like I said, I have two Bluetooth headsets that are identical, and I have one connected to my main computer, one connected to a second computer, so I can listen to both while I'm doing this. And they try to connect to each other, and it confuses the system a little bit. You know what I mean? But
Maybe
yeah,
you could
numerous.
like trade someone for one of those sets of them for like a different pair of Bluetooth headphones.
Well, they were cheap enough. Honestly, they were like $10. They weren't even like an expensive set, but I love them because the battery life is 6 to 8 hours sometimes.
not bad.
And they hold in my ears better than any other earpiece I've ever had. That's why I bought a second set identical to the first I had. The 1st ones were a gift from the Mrs. Ex-Mrs.
Yeah, nice to have
whatever. You know what I mean?
Oh,
But yeah.
I feel you.
Let's see here. All right, thank you guys for all the subs tonight. I see a couple of these coming in. I keep getting that message that says role has changed. Thank you. I really appreciate the subs. By the way, thank you, Dubiology. Trying to see what the other name was. Let's see. Yeah, either way, I appreciate it. If I forget your names, sorry, but thank you guys for the subscriptions. Make sure to let me know what rumors you want to add, what advantages you want to add, and I'm working on setting up some extra things for the D&D side of things. All right, cool. Numar, you break down the window. It was barred heavily, you know what I mean? These are old, like warehouse / mall exits, so it probably had that metal screen over top of it. It takes a couple of attempts, but you're able to break the window and get out. Now, however, as you get out, you do see that snow cone behind you has been hit over the back with a large beam or chunk of ceiling that has kind of fallen from the ceiling and has pinned down snow cone behind you. So you guys are all out, but as you turn around, you realize that one of your number is missing. Taking a look in the window, you can see like an arm and half of a torso kind of hanging out there, and they are screaming. Snow cone, you want to give us the scream? There it is. You hear that from inside. And he is just kind of laying there looking at you with this look of absolute terror trying to get out. So it's really going to be up. That's 2 fails. So I'm going to leave it up to you guys on the outside to get him out. How do you guys want to do so?
Bart has a fire extinguisher of his own, functional. So
Oh yeah, that
he'll
was part of your
go
character.
Try doing
He does, yeah.
Firefighter is just great. I don't want to do this.
Back in we go.
That's hilarious, though. I forgot that you had made that as part of your character. I remember you saying it like episode 1 that you had a fire extinguisher and a shotgun. I was trying to figure out how the two correlated, but now I get it.
But now we now we get
Now,
good to have.
now I understand. But yeah, so you want to kind of play fire extinguisher or fireman to give a little bit of fire cover, maybe as Numar goes
I'll
in
even
to drag
go
him
in
out.
and I'm going to like try approaching to get this off him, but it's like I'm going in there with fire extinguisher, going to.
Right. You guys have already passed your passed or failed your frenzies, so I'll let you have it at this point. I don't want to waste too much time on this one scenario.
Cool.
But Numar, do you want to try and help out to try and lift this stuff off of your ally, or Marina? You can of course get involved in this too, but
If my
she's
done,
okay.
sorry. Yeah, if my frenzy's done, I'd try to help.
Yeah, I think there's a long moment where you have to try and still your reserves to get yourself back in there. But since he is so close to the window, you know what I mean, and knowing your friend is in trouble, I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'd definitely be behind Bart. You know, he got in there first. I'm
Right.
hesitant to get back in there.
Yeah, and he's got a working fire extinguisher. Yours, of course, has died quite quickly, since it wasn't great. It was kind of spitting and sputtering a little bit. You realize now why there's a expiration tag on these things. You know what I mean, as far as that goes. But yeah, I think. Go ahead.
Probably just used it all in the first few seconds.
Yeah, just hold it wide open. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I don't even think we need a roll for this. With all of you working together, it takes a few moments. There's a moment of, panic and disarray, kind of as all this is happening. But I think with Bart getting on the inside, holding down the fire extinguisher side of it, to try and keep the flames at bay, gives Numor enough time to get in there and lift whatever had fallen on Snowcone and allow him to get out. But as you guys all finally make it out of this burning X strip mall, whatever it was, you look around and can see your number has made it from the building. And the further away that you get, the better kind of thing, as far as this situation. It is, burning quite brightly behind you. There's a massive flames rolling into the sky at this point. As far as the building burning behind you, it is a beacon within the side of the city.
Let's get the fuck out.
You definitely will start to hear the sound of fire trucks off in the distance, far in the distance. You have a little bit of time. But as you kind of look around, the old rail yard that's behind you seems to be settled and disused. It's lit up with an orange yellowish glow as you're running off into the car, I presume.
Well, that's what I say. Marina's probably gonna hand the guy, the steak guy over them, like, I can't, looking down at him, being really hungry there for him, like, I can't be next to him. You guys get him somewhere else. I'm running to the car, just like just completely bolts off away from it. It's like, get him away from me.
I got him.
You guys drag him to the car and make your exit. And as you guys peel off into the night, you can hear the sound of sirens. You begin to see the flashing lights on, paralleling alleyways and roads as you make your way out of there. But there's still a lot of questions to be answered, and the question of where Tara now is left to be, unanswered as well. Where do you guys want to head to?
I'd say that I would say probably our best bet is to get back to the club and try to figure things out, what happened exactly. And we now have a prisoner that might know a little bit about what's going on.
That is true.
Sounds good to me.
You changed my plans, so I'm hanging by the seat of my pants. You tell me where you're going, man.
Are you wanting to drive your own van on the way over to the Barrens, or is that going to be a me job?
So as far as Tara goes, oh sorry, Numerous was just saying in chat, Tara's still inside. Tara was taken captive or taken from the club, but nobody knows as to where she's at. So that's a good question. She could have been in that building. She could be anywhere, but
we had the building surrounded, and we were all in there and watching the building. So I mean,
for the most part, you would assume she's probably not. Yeah, I think the assumption would be no. That doesn't seem right, but yeah, it's up to you. I believe leave it ambiguous. This way, it's kind of like, oh shit, are we leaving her behind?
No. Marina can't. She's just driving straight back towards the club, probably while they're hopping into the van.
And you were asking about cars. It's just you all came in the van, right?
They
just
came
the
in
one.
Marina came in the van. Yeah.
Okay.
Marina car.
All right.
But still, like I asked Snowcone, are you wanting to drive?
Snowcone is a smoldering heap wheezing from a jaw that is probably just all skeletal structures.
I got you, dog. I take the smoldering keys out your pocket.
There's a piece of flesh melted to the keys. As you pull it off, a finger comes with it. Like he's holding it out on a finger, and you grab the keys, the finger comes too. Yeah, it's pretty
Um,
bad.
You got like a bag inside your van that you can suck on, or
Context.
The only thing they would have in their van. Oh shoot! Wait, I still have that vial of gangrel blood that I got from that fight. Maybe that would work.
You do.
You know, I
Okay.
have like a ton of bag blood from that I probably would have brought at least inside the van. I don't know if I would have brought it inside, but you said I had those
Maybe some
double
of it.
Nice.
bags.
Yeah, you had a couple of
Yeah,
bags.
some
I
of it.
remember. I can't remember where you got them, but I do remember you having them.
Yeah, remember you
From
stashed
the,
them away and
alright.
Zink kept some.
from that place that burns bodies.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. From the crematorium, correct.
Yeah.
So
I think you
yeah,
stashed some and
yeah,
then took some.
yeah. If you would like to do that, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, if Snowcone can eat blood, I'd be like, oh, sorry, take bag blood. Be like, yeah, here, I got some blood, and
Gotcha.
I just kind of like set a big bag
Um,
of blood like on his burning lab.
Wait, I
absolutely
have an
not.
idea.
Yeah, go ahead.
We'll just we should put earplugs inside this dude's head, because so he doesn't hear our shit. We now learned that that's a thing.
Entirely up to you.
I'm gonna put
Yeah.
your earplugs in his fucking head, flap him around a little bit.
You just carry
Ah.
earplugs, or you improvising?
Sure.
I kind of want to know what you're sticking in his ears.
It's good to have safety equipment.
I like the idea of
so
Bart's
like a
just
single pair of,
holding his
like,
fingers there.
disposable ones.
Just pops his eardrums. There we go. He can't
Right.
hear anything now.
Oh God.
That would be something, yeah.
Brutal. But yeah, so Snowcone, Numar hands you a couple of bags of blood, or a bag or two of blood there to help you as far as that goes. Do you? It's not necessary in this, and I'll explain why. At least based on the way I do it. Do you have Iron Gullet though? Just out of curiosity.
Yes.
Okay. Either way, I would say that this blood would not have been fractionated, would not have been preserved. This is just removed from bodies and meant to be discarded. This wasn't meant to be stored or contained. This is, from the crematorium. So this probably wouldn't be, meant to be saved or stored or plasmized or whatever the hell they call it. So yeah, I think this is perfectly acceptable for you to use. What that means, so typically you can only remove 1 point of aggravated per day, but it takes 3 rouse checks to do it. You know what I mean? So if you want to, go ahead and make your 3 rouse checks, but you have at least 2 bags of blood. So if you fail twice, you essentially nothing is lost as far as your hunger, because you can keep eating to compensate. But you could also, if you roll really well, you could save all 3 bags. So it's up to you.
So 3
But yeah, you could. This would only allow you to remove 1 of your aggravated. The next one you'd have to wait till the next day for, but it'll at least get you a little bit back on your feet. So yeah, if you want to just give us I'm sorry, what is the stupid roll?
Rouse.
Yeah,
checks?
rouse checks. Thank you. My brain not working.
Oh.
Oh, I think we got a 4th one there. It's all right. We'll go with the first one. So fail, success, fail, right? Oh no, that was only 3. I don't know why it looked
Yeah.
like 4.
Only 3.
On my end, it just glitched for a second. I saw like, yeah, weird. Okay. Okay, so you failed twice, but you have 2 bags of hunger. So go ahead and take your hunger back down to the 2 that it was at, and you can say that you spent 2 bags, to replace it.
Okay.
And you can remove or take 1 of those aggravated completely away. So the burns that were all over your body begin to heal up a little bit. They, at very least, the first couple layers of skin regrow back over it. You're not just.
You have a little bit more flesh on your jaw.
Well, I was about to say,
Just stick
that like anatomy poster in the health class where the person's just all muscular and has no skin. That's kind of what Snowcone looked like for a minute, with a lot of char on the outside. Like if you took that guy to a barbecue, and he was the barbecue. But yeah, you can at least get your flesh back where it had melted away. But you're still looking a little rough as far as that goes. Some missing patches of hair, a couple of burn marks on the skin, some definite redness and irritation. Redness
Welcome
and
to the club.
irritation. Yeah, right. You
That's
look a lot
not
like Bart.
everyday life.
Exactly. That's a good way of putting it. But anyone else want to do any rouse or any healing while you're at it. Remember, you can only do one aggravated in a day, but superficial is 1 for 1 as far as rouse checks.
Yeah, I'd like to try to get one of the aggravated off.
Okay, absolutely.
Just 3
So-
rounds.
3 rouse checks, and we'll say that I can't remember exactly how many bags of blood you had, but we'll say that you got at least 2 remaining.
I think I had 3 of the double bags. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Oh yeah, they were double bags. I said that right. They were worth 2. So yeah, if you gave him 1, he used 2. Well, he used a single double bag. So this would probably kill at least one of the other ones and raise 1, or you can eat them
Oh, yeah,
both
have
and
one.
still have a regular bag left. It's up to you. But yeah,
Keep one
you
back, but I just drink 1 and
okay, let your hunger go up once. Yeah, so your hunger is at 2. But you can remove 1 of your aggravated damage. That's kind of the fun part about this game. Like, there's a lot of fiddly mechanic stuff that we got to do above game, but either way. All right. As you guys are making your way out in the night, like I said, you do hear the sound of sirens going off in the distance. You can see smoke rising and red amber color rising from that area of the city. As you know, this place is completely going to be burnt by morning. It probably should have been done years ago that this building was removed, but now it is quickly resolving itself as the city reclaims it, so to speak. Where do you guys head to as you speed through the highways and byways of Los Angeles, West LA
Just a
specifically?
slightly circuitous route to the Baron. We don't want our guests to know roughly where we're going
Yeah.
and stuff too easily, so it's just kind of a few random right turns and left turns. I'm exploring the city a bit.
Yeah, a couple of times you go around the
there.
same block, you know what I mean? Double around, do a figure 8, and make your way there a little bit more indirectly. Marino, what about yourself? Do you follow the same course, or do you just head straight to the Baron?
She's just trying to head straight. She can't really focus at the moment. Her hunger's at 4. She knows that's the best place where she's gonna be able to eat, and she's just trying to get there.
Right, absolutely. So you guys make your way there. Marina, of course, arriving first. Marina, as you get there, the place is on lockdown. There is heavy security standing outside front of the door, individuals that you've not seen before, or if you have seen them, they looked like bar staff that are now wearing fucking Kevlar vests, essentially, and standing post at the door. And as you make your way up, do you go front or side alley?
I would go up to whichever one. Like, if I recognize somebody, it's the first one to be going for.
Yeah,
Someone
well,
I'd recognize.
side alley is usually the way that is kind of the kindred entrance when
Yeah.
you guys don't want to be seen, but front door is fine too, but that's where people will have a potential of seeing you.
Yeah, just going in the side, then just pulling
okay.
up to the side. Just
Swinging into the alleyway as the tires come to a screeching halt, the side door does open. You see that, the usual individual that greets you, Izzy's ghoul, is standing there. Henry. Did I get the name right this time? Henry?
yeah, you did.
Hey, I did it. Cool. Henry is standing there and swings the door open to allow you in. And
Oh, he looks at the alley, just sees her eyes just wide, like, I need food.
are you
It's like,
alone? Are you alone? Is anyone following you?
the rest will be here soon. As she says, as just walks straight in, just like not even.
What do you mean the rest? Shit.
The
You
rest
see
of
him
me-
you see him as he pulls out a gun and holds position at the door because
No,
he's
no,
a
no,
little
no.
unsure, but yeah.
Her just walking. It's like I need to drink. No, Bart. And then
Yeah.
I just like keeps walking.
Making your way to the bar, you do see that the bar itself has been, or the nightclub itself has been emptied out. Nobody is here. An hour and a half ago when you were here, it had a full house. As far as that goes. At this point, the club looks dead. There's trash all over the floor, like if a fire happened here. You know what I mean? Or at least like a fire alarm had been pulled and everyone immediately made an exit. There's still cups laying all over the floor. A couple of coats in the coat room. People that were more or less shoved out in a haste. And you see that these bouncers and bar staff are now kind of stationed all around this building. Heavy weaponry. There are machine guns that are being held. There are assault or AKs, Armalite rifles, that are being held, you know what I mean, as far as that goes. But as you make your way to the bar itself, there's nobody currently standing there. But you have seen the bartender get your drinks a couple of times, and
Yeah.
they usually grab it from a small mini fridge behind the bar.
Yeah, as I say, with how hungry she is, and with her, was it senses, she'd probably be able to smell it from there.
Yeah. There is a mini fridge behind the bar with
would-
bags of blood on tap, almost like you ever seen bagged wine, the big box? It's like that. It's where it's got a little spigot there, a stack of dark plastic cups on top.
She, at this point, she's just gonna aggressively rip out one of the things and just starts chugging it.
Yeah, you just take the whole bag of wine and grab it and go for it.
Slap the bag.
Slap the bag.
Chugging. Yeah.
Yeah, you can take it down. That'll bring you to what is your hunger currently at? 4?
4. Yeah.
Yeah. I think you can go ahead and bring yourself down to 3. That's fine. You completely demolish whatever was left in this bag. As you would then hear the sound of pounding, like somebody pounding on a house window, and as you look upwards, you're downing this bag, you hear the poof, 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 and as you look up, you would see the mirrored ceiling edge that you know to be a two-way mirror, where Izzy's office is slightly flexing every time you hear one of those poof poof sounds, you know what I mean? And I assume you would get the gist. It's about this time that you would also start to hear the squealing tires of a van pulling into the same alleyway.
You say down to 3 or down by 3?
You could take it back down to 1 is what I'm getting at.
Okay.
Yeah,
Make sure. Okay, make sure.
Yeah, you can return your hunger to 1. So yeah, that would be down by 3, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Just making sure. I heard down. Yep. I heard down 2. I didn't know if it was down 2 or down by.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, these bags probably hold about 4 or 5 in them, and it was already partially used, so that's all right. You finish this bag, and it gets you to hunger 1. You know what I mean? Yeah. But around the same time that you're hearing this and seeing the mirror move, you get the gist that this is probably Izzy trying to get your attention to come to her office.
Yeah.
You would hear the squealing tires of a van pulling in, I'm assuming, to the same parking lot. You would definitely...
We would, if anything, pull up the way that we're supposed to if we're offloading a body, so going, back to the
alleyway.
alley.
That's what I was assuming as well. Yeah, same alleyway. You see that Marina's car is already parked there, probably sideways, like half on a 45, where she came in real hot, as far as that goes. And you would see that standing at the door is Henry. He has a rifle raised and pointed at your direction, and you would hear him say, "What's up, boys? We got an car in the back alley. Make sure it's not none of ours." You know what I mean? Marina, as this is kind of happening, and there's a tense moment there for just a split second until the doors to the van swing open and he sees that it's only you. But as you start pulling this individual out of the back of the van, he takes note of it and says, "I need 2 on the door. Keep an eye on the area. 1 come with me," and begins helping you offloading the body into the building. With him and 1 other individual, leaving 2 individuals to watch the door in his stead. Where do you take the body when you move inside? Do you take it down to the basement where bodies are usually dealt with, or do you carry it up to the office? You know what I mean?
Not knowing that the club is completely unoccupied and stuff, though, probably starting to assume. But yeah, it's probably downstairs or wherever guided.
Right, yeah. There's a typical set of rooms downstairs that are meant for this exact thing. And as you see that, you do go down and you find that there is 1 door down here with the door completely ripped off the hinges. It looks like somebody just exploded from the inside of this door. But there are several other doors that are fine. But Henry doesn't seem to have any argument or contest you bringing the individual down there. But they say, more or less just points at one of the doors that are still standing and says, "Here, this one. We can lock it."
I just kind of flop them in, it's kind of rip.
Yep. You throw them into just a bare room that's 4 concrete walls, concrete floor, concrete ceiling, Throw them in there and close the heavy steel door behind them, and he locks it for you. leaving the stake in the individual. At that point, he would say, the boss is upstairs. We're keeping an eye on things, but as you can tell, and he points towards the door that was ripped off the hinges. Look, I'm sorry. He got out. He went to your friend,
happens.
and he was
Like-
gone in an instant before any of us
that
could get
dude
to
was
it.
Baron some time ago, right? So he was like powerful and shit.
That's Samuel Hirsch. He was originally the person who had Izzy's position before Izzy.
Oh.
Kind of an asshole, but he's older. That's all I really know. But yeah, he
And
would
we
he
get
would
better with age.
acknowledge. Apparently so. But
Age like
yeah,
fine wine.
you guys begin
Make your
making
way
your way up to the Baron's office and entering the room
Yes.
where you see her in a moment. She is flanked on both sides. On either side of her, you see two individuals. You see... Sorry, let me give you the names here. I gotta look them up myself. Whoops, that's not the right world.
Could I
So I
have
can
somebody like helping me up the stairs since I'm still pretty fucked up?
That's probably a good point.
Yeah. Marina still has like blood just on her face.
Just blood
like-
pouring down the chin. But yeah, if you guys want to help Snowcone, he is in pretty dangerous dire straits as far as his situation goes. So flanking Isabella, you would see that there is what's her damn name? Raven. Raven is one of the characters that's next to him, and the other one would be Brittany, I believe was her name. The one that
Yes.
was earlier fucking with Bart as she smacked his ass when he walked by. And that would be the individuals that you would see on just directly behind the desk, all three of them standing there as if they were looking at battle strategy, standing over a table. As far as that goes, you know, that kind of military over a table look. And there are 4 security guards in this room alongside of her. So you are, well secured within this room, or at least it would appear to be. And you see as Izzy looks up your way with wide eyes and surprise seeing that you return. And she says, boy, do you know how to fucking make an exciting night. Get in here. And that's where we'll take our break. That's the perfect time for us to go ahead and grab a quick 10-minute break, guys. So, yeah, timing couldn't be better on that. Thank you again for everyone that's been watching the stream. I appreciate seeing a couple of more individuals. We're still a newer stream. We're building our numbers. Biggest thing is just getting word of mouth to spread the word about our game. I hope it's in something that you've enjoyed. If it is your first time here, make sure to follow the channel. If it's your first or 5th time here, regardless, subscriptions keep you from having to watch ads and give you the ability to add free rumors, evidence. Typically, to add evidence to one of the rumors is $5, but you can pick up a sub either here or at our Ko-Fi shop and get to add that for free, get to add stuff to our D&D game, get all kinds of perks for being a subscriber. So if you aren't a subscriber already, keep in mind the perks alone are worth it. Not to mention all the extra benefits. And if you want to, feel free to always visit the Ko-Fi shop, pick up those individual things if you've already added your rumors or evidence, things like that. If you want to add your own rumor, so head over to the Ko-Fi shop, check that out. Consider being a subscriber. It helps us keep the internet on. I just had to make some last minute moves to get the internet on today. Pure luck. Let's say that Lady Luck is the only reason my internet got paid today. But yeah, thank you guys for all watching and hanging out with us. I hope you're enjoying the stream. We're going to take a 10-minute break, maybe on the borderline of 15, and we'll be back here right around 10:25 Eastern Standard, and we'll pick up for the second half of this game. So you guys hang tight and check out those things while we're gone. Hang in there. We'll be back. Let's do this thing. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, let's go. Welcome everyone to. I'm having a day, man. Welcome everybody to Rumors of the Dead, our V5 Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle, set in Los Angeles. So it's kind of an LAbyNight sequel in its own way. Of course, not the official one, but in a way, you know, we're using some of their lore. But anyhow, we have a Vampire the Masquerade game here. We run it every Wednesday, 8 p.m. till 12 a.m. So 8 o'clock till midnight Eastern Standard. If you ever want to catch us, this is where our time slot is. So, when we last left off. Oh, also, who was it? Bakakito, thank you for the follow. I shouted him out. He does World of Darkness on the GTA server. So if you guys like the GTA World of Darkness game that I've been playing around with, you can get to check that world out from another player's perspective. He owns the Noodle Shop truck. He's very cool. Go check him out. Just to give him a quick shout out there. And thank you for the follow. There was something else that happened on break too, right? I thought there was. Maybe that was it. Either way, thank you, Dubiology, for the 11-month that you got in there. Man, you're 1 month away. He's gonna get that. He's gonna be the first to like legitimately claim the 1 year badge. I'm super excited. Let's see. I think that's everything else.
Well, we still survived the firestorm, and now we're with the Baron.
Yeah, exactly.
To strategize, I think, at this point, because
Well, first we're trying to hobble Snow Cone in there.
yeah,
Right,
I guess is the start.
As you guys enter the Baron's office, each of you, I would assume probably Bart and Numar, since you guys came in together, with Snowcone with an arm around Bart and Numar, as they're kind of helping him through the stairs. This Snowcone has melted. He is quite burnt, quite torched. Some of that rainbow hair is now a more uniform black and bald than it was the night before. But as you enter the room, Baron Izzy or Isabella looks at you and says, "You guys are quite the coterie. What the hell happened out there?"
Looks over at Snow Cone. I mean,
The fuck is on your face?
Sorry.
Kill somebody in the parking lot? Jesus Christ!
No. You saw me.
Is
grab
that
it
my
off the fridge.
wine box?
Sorry. Maybe she's holding
Whatever.
it. Just I got
You
really
would actually
hungry.
hear her hit a button. She does the GTA thing. Hits the radio.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Radio button. Bring up drinks for everybody. We're gonna need it. Bloop.
Well, we got him. He's actually was it the person we went to go after? His was it what's his face's friend? Is in the basement with a stake through his chest.
You see,
but
as the two next, as soon as you kind of mentioned it, the two next to her would definitely look at her and kind of exchange glances. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
no. But when I did stake him, he dropped the button and it hit the floor and set the entire warehouse on fire when they were downstairs in the other half of it.
It was lit.
There's a moment.
Snowcone groans
There's-
at that. Like, audibly,
there's a-
just like.
There's a moment when Izzy goes to scold you, but then approves and moves along. You know what I mean? Just moves on. Yeah. Whatever. It was worth it. It was lit, fam. But yeah.
Like Snowcone got the brunt of it. Seemed. I managed to be pretty unscathed. Numar, you're like kind of in the middle.
Marina just looks down, just like.
Marina, are you injured? Like,
No, I didn't get touched
you-
by the fire. Nothing happened to me the entire time.
Good
I didn't
shit.
take a single bit of damage.
Yeah.
Listen,
Unless
like,
you did the
I'm-
staking entirely. Like, no one helped you in this. But
Yeah.
the people that you
Besides
sent us, they
snipers.
did like shoot this dude up. Seems pretty well, but like Marina still. That's impressive to do a staking on someone. I've heard. Like,
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm good. I sort of dashed up to him and stabbed him in the chest.
does she get a
I'm
title
okay.
for something like that? Like, just a cool
You get an achievement.
thingamajig?
Achievement just
Yeah, that little box pops up over your head. Slayer status. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Badge.
you see recent achievements. Diablery.
Yeah, I was about to say recent achievements, new Diablerist, and steak, or something, steak well done, something like that. Like they always have the funny catchphrase with it. Yeah, you've unlocked several achievements with Marina for sure. But no, as you kind of they exchange glances. You would hear Izzy kind of double check and repeat this. You brought in Victor or Samuel?
I think his name is Victor, right? Yeah, Victor.
Samuel was the
Did we,
one
like,
that you
ship
met
him
here
over?
earlier. Victor
Yeah, Victor.
was one he was trying to warn us about, as she kind of gives big air quotes. As far as that goes, I don't know what the fuck happened, but my other computer has a virus. Not a virus. What do you call
We
that?
got-
Fucking adware or whatever. I'm getting like pop-ups that I should not be getting. Bear with me here. I'm trying to get the name. Oh my god, seriously, I'm getting these fucking pop-ups. Pissing me off. Rumors of the Dead. There we go. View World. I wanted to get that girl's name again because I didn't have it in front of me. Thank you, dude. I tell you what, I love this. World Anvil page. This is something super useful to me during game. Raven Heartwood, Malkavian that you had met previously, would look rather concerned, a little upset, as she makes her way over towards Snowcone and says, "Oh my God, you look pretty bad. Here, let me help out." And she begins trying to ease you down and sit you down on the couch along with Bart and Numar. As she kind of props you up in the couch, you see that she starts rummaging through her purse. It's kind of a almost like a messenger bag sized purse that she has on her side, and pulls out something that looks like a lipstick container, or not, sorry, not lipstick, what's that, lip balm container, or some sort of like a hockey puck shaped and sized container with a screw off lid, and she hands it to you, saying, "Here, it's something I usually keep as a reserve, but use this, it should help a little bit." And she hands you what appears to look like a jar of Vaseline, almost, as you kind of if you were to unscrew it and look inside, it would look like a lip balm. It's about 2 inches in diameter, you know what I mean, but a small circular container with some sort of a cream inside of it. Inside the cream looks rather gross, almost like a dirt mixed with gravel, or not gravel, but like sand. It's a little gritty, you know what I mean, as far as that goes, but it has a viscous texture to it like Vaseline would have, slightly oily, and she hands it to you. But yeah, it's almost got like a dirty brown color, like trying to think, what's that stuff they use to like cover blemishes? Concealer, you know what I mean? Like it's supposed to be the same color as your skin, so it looks kind of like that, but it has something gritty in it, almost like sand or ashes or something. And she says this should help with the burns. It's formulated for us. It should be helpful. And she hands it to you. Just for the records, you have 3 uses of this, and it will 3 uses remaining of this, and each time you use it, you can try to make or remove 1 aggravated. It will reduce the hunger roll to 1 instead of 3 rolls to reduce the amount of hunger that you're going to receive when trying to remove the aggravated damage. So that'll help you get healed up a little bit faster, but it's kind of one of the things. If you want to, I will let you have a use of it today, even though you've already made your roll for today, since you have this special cream. But yeah, instead of having to make 3 rouse checks, it will reduce it to 1 rouse check instead. But yeah, she just kind of, she actually begins slightly like peeling stuff off your face and trying to help remove some of the burns worst bits, you know what I mean? So like if she sees a burnt piece of hair, she'll start, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to, it'll heal better if you don't, I know we don't scar," but you see her looking a little, tentative and quiet, but she's trying her best to help in her own weird way. But yeah, Brittany looks over and just says, I prefer original recipe. but whatever. It was an extra crispy joke. Yep. KFC,
Yep.
KFC jokes.
Yep.
We're getting there, folks. We're doing things. We're doing big things here.
We're doing it.
We're doing it. But yeah, the Baron still does look at you. Okay. You said he was staked, right?
Yes.
I have no idea where the fuck they took Tara. We've been trying. We've got people out on the city looking for Samuel. We have no idea where the hell he went, why any of this is happening. We can only assume that he's trying to cause enough attention to bring us trouble. Samuel was a dirtbag, a clanist piece of shit that used to run this area. The reason that I became Baron was because of how fucked up he was. If it wasn't for his own poor judgment, I wouldn't have the position I do, but it's on him. But I'm assuming this has something to do with making me look bad or causing enough attention to me to where it breaches the masquerade and compromises my position as Baron. So, but we really have no idea where he's headed to next. At this point, it seems as if he's just trying to lash out and hurt someone. And he took your Tremere ghoul friend with him.
Well, we know.
I think the intention was
know.
me, but when he couldn't get to me, he took the next best thing.
I think someone
At the mention of that, Snowcone's gonna try to stand up, but then immediately all the pain hits him at once and just falls back in the chair.
No, please, just calm down. Yeah, Raven starts kind of like stroking your face a little bit, like just stay calm, it'll be all right.
You might have a friend that might know where he's at, as I previously stated.
Okay. What friend?
The one that's downstairs,
just-
the big piece of wood through his chest.
Oh, well, yeah, okay, sorry, I thought you were trying to talk about someone else. Yeah, I think that would be the never enjoyed Victor, but I think he would be good to question. All right,
Are there any precautions we should do with them? Like, I know Malkavians can do some fucking mind shit. So,
as far as him being able to dominate any of us with his mind, I don't think he should be able to. You know, as long as we're prepared for it. He is older, I will give him that. So if he tries, you need to resist as best as you can, but I'm not sure. He was never very physically imposing.
Wait.
We'll get some cuffs and restrain him.
How does that work? That's a thing? She just
Sorry, what?
She,
how does what work?
You dominate your mind. She was like, you mentioned dominating the mind. She's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Wait, we could do that. How does that work?
There are. Keep forgetting how new you are. God, there are some of us that have the ability to make people forget things or to overwrite a small portion of their day. Sometimes years, depending on how powerful they are. You could take away somebody's memory of a certain individual or a certain time. It's not for everybody, but it is something we can do, much like your persuasive abilities. I'm sure you've noticed that your charisma seems to have enhanced since having turned.
A little bit. I was still always really good with that, but
I believe you told me that you had a clan member ready to kill someone. Are you doing that as a human? Dear God, yeah. Never mind. I don't want to know. She kind of looks like Jesus. I don't know what your life was like before this. But yeah. Yeah, pretty girls can probably do that. Yeah. I think pretty girls really do have presence at IRL. They can make guys do whatever the fuck they want. You know what I mean?
So wait, how do they do you know how that works though with them? How they do that? Like, is it just they can I don't know. She's just like,
I will say, what little I know is it typically requires, eye contact or, to hold their attention. Think of it like a hypnotist or a hypnotizing someone. They kind of hold your gaze, and within a moment, I mean, I don't possess the ability myself, but I've seen others that use it. as far as that goes. Go ahead, Bart. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
I was going to mention the eye contact, so no biggie.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Oberon, for giving us this brief education.
Blindfold?
Show you.
We could
ooh, yeah,
blindfold
could
him?
work. Yeah.
That's probably not a bad idea, actually. That's a really good idea. You see her kind of look around through her desk like she's trying to find something to use as a blindfold. Brittany, the blonde with the attitude, that was standing next to her, just literally reaches over and like rips off the bottom half of her shirt, turning her t-shirt into a halter top. She says, "Here, use this." Thanks. Yeah, just kind of takes it from her. Yeah.
Nice.
And does so. But yeah, I think that he would probably be our best bet is to try and figure out, did you guys find anything where he was at? Where was the warehouse? I know that you guys said you were headed to a warehouse. Where was its exact location? What was the building? Was there
I'll
anything
show the Google
nearby?
Map thing that like
It's the old
it
train
was a real
depot.
rundown piece of shit, surrounded by more rundown pieces of shit.
Yeah.
Hopefully
Well.
it didn't spread to like any living places.
Yeah.
I
building's
heard a
gone
news
now.
report. It's under control, but the building was a complete wash. Anything that was left, if there was any evidence of you being there, it's gone now. But that's the old train depot. I know it. Several of us that used to use it to get to underground. It can tap you into the sewers or many places through the city. If he had it set to burn, I assume he probably planned on making an escape underground. The real question is, where was he heading when he left? That if you get into the old tunnels below the city, they could take you everywhere, anywhere. The sewers of Los Angeles, specifically Los Angeles, can be a maze and amazing, depending on what parts you find. There are strange things down there. You see her kind of stare off a little bit as she says that, almost thinking about almost like she's recalling something from the past. But quickly snaps out of it and says, "Well, I guess this is our best bet. If you want to join us, by all means." And she starts making her way downstairs.
Marie actually sort of smiles like, you know what? Normally I'm not one for this type of thing, given all this, but you know what? I feel like this one I will be. She just sort of is like,
This guy earned it.
yep.
Yeah.
Good old eye for an eye.
To an extent, yeah.
Um,
The Baron has been pretty brutal with like extracting information. Like,
I mean,
I'm gonna
he
just
tried to-
keep an eye on it to see if it's like legitly them doing that or if it's just by word.
well,
Yeah.
one of her good,
yeah, as
one of
far
her-
as that
one of-
goes.
Yeah, one of my conventions is an eye for an eye. He tried to lure us somewhere and burn us alive. So, and also took one of ours. So,
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to take a look here. Sorry, there's a couple of things I wanted to look at real fast.
You have to
Definitely,
remember,
yes.
Bart is more hardened than I am. Bart is more hardened than I am.
yep.
Okay.
So you said it goes into tunnels.
Sorry, what was that?
You said there's like a depot for like tunnels.
Yeah,
Where they
yeah.
could
So,
escape from.
so that whole area, it used to be part of the train. It was a switch. What do you call it? Switch station for the trains. They could, take the trains off the rails, work on them, move them around, load them up if they needed to. It was used more back in the days when the trains were used for cargo, less for passengers. But now they've all been replaced with subways. There aren't many that actually realize it, but Los Angeles does have an underground rail system. We do have a subway and things. But yeah, that as far as that goes, below the train depot, there are places there where you can get underground. It would tap into the train station itself. Hey, Snowcone, I don't know if you realize it, but you're shaky. I don't know what he was doing, but I was just watching his camera go whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, okay, you're good. I just didn't realize if you noticed or not. You're gravy, man. I didn't mean to fuck with you there, but I didn't. I just saw
You're fine,
it's
you're
like,
fine.
I'm assuming he's got his camera on a laptop. It was moving with it. It was going whoop, 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 whoop. Anyhow, but yeah, Izzy or Isabella would say from there, once you get into the tunnels, you can go anywhere in the city. They spread out pretty far, but the important part is you can gain access to the sewer system. And once in the sewers, that dives down into a lot of things. You could pretty much go anywhere in the city below the streets and keep out of the daylight. It's mostly Nosferatu territory. Many of them, of course, not to be a dick here, but their physical nature makes them harder to stay above the streets unless, like Bart, you cover your face or whatever portion is most obvious.
There's also a power where, like, some of them can actually change their face to not be as bad, but it's still kind of a
This
bit
is
difficult
true.
to upkeep.
But yeah, as far as being able to walk freely as themselves, many of them do prefer the sewers, and there are, sewers that span all throughout Los Angeles, but as you dive deeper into the sewers, there are a great deal of unknown things, but that's for a different day.
It's alligators.
If you think
I've heard rumors, but actually Brittany would be like,
Weregators.
that shit's true, 100% true. I'm telling you, I saw
Weregators.
one. Yeah, Brittany's all on board with the alligator idea. I heard that somebody flushed their iguana, and next thing you know. But either way, the Baron does begin making her way down the stairs and heading towards the area where Victor Crane is being kept. Unless anybody else has any opposition or things they want to do or add beforehand, we'll move to interrogation room B.
I mean,
I'm
I was thinking if we wanted to possibly split up, Samuel is probably was going to meet up with Vincent at some point. If the tunnels was their way out, would it be
That
possible
was-
for us to like cut them off somehow? Would we have any direction underground where they'd go?
Problem is, if you're 100% right, I assume that's what he was trying to do was, if he was going to firebomb the building, the best place to move would be underground at that point. The problem is that network of tunnels, especially there, was a hub for all the trains. Like I said, they had a switch yard there, so where they could rotate, turn, and remove the trains from the rails. They could turn to any of the rails from there. So there's at least 5 or 6 different directions they could have headed if we knew which direction they were going. Do you have any information as to anything else that they may have mentioned, or?
I have a
Did-
contact that might know the sewers pretty well.
Might be worth
Other than
reaching
that,
out to
though,
if you have a phone number or contact or whatever you need to do.
Yeah.
Probably not one
Just
for a
kinda, like,
phone.
look off into the air, like,
Yeah.
how can I contact him?
Yeah, how do I contact that guy? Yeah, he would know the sewers rather well, though, as far as that goes. Yeah, you definitely do know someone that knows the sewers. But, I guess Izzy's next question would be, was there anything at the location, anything on his person, anything that might have given you any sort of clues as to anything else?
I really didn't get the chance to check his person, and well, before we could really find too much, I think the whole entire place got firebombed. So
Though Bart, I think, spent enough time that he would have given at least a little bit of a pat down throughout
Oh, yeah.
the.
Nobody mentioned it.
Yeah. But if not retroactively, let's just go down there and do it now. Like,
Yeah,
we didn't
there you go.
remove anything,
Exactly.
So,
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I was getting at.
He can't do
Yeah.
anything, anyways.
so
Exactly.
no,
Yeah. So
we
as
show
you
our
make your way in,
inexperience.
yep. as you make your way in, I do presume most of the time that you guys, were competent and were able to do things. But in this particular situation, nobody said it. You know what I mean? But as you make your way in, you see that Isabella leans down and actually squats down directly over top of Victor's body, lying crumpled on the floor, stiff and rigid. And as she looks him in the eye, she just says, well, you've really found yourself in a bit of a situation here, haven't you? All you had to do was stay away. Listen. And she places the blindfold over his eyes. Pat him down, check his pockets, find what you need. We'll question him here in a second. Once I pull this stake, there's no going. It'll be a lot harder to do this. Henry, I'm going to need chains. As you see Henry nod in acknowledgement, head off to go grab something.
Adequacy.
Okay, investigation. I wasn't even going to make you roll, but that's actually really good.
Yeah.
3 successes. As you begin patting down his pockets, you don't find much. What you find is a pack of gum. There is a wallet in his back pocket that looks ancient. I mean, old, very old wallet. Probably purchased somewhere in the 50s, you know what I mean? When I say ancient, I guess it's not like prehistoric or anything, but yeah, it's probably like a 70, 80-year-old wallet. It's been well worn. Taking a look inside, you find an identification for Victor Ichabod Crane. Very old name, you know what I mean, as far as that goes. Yeah, kind of a funny one. I threw it in there. I saw the look, Snowcone. Ichabod Crane, yeah, it's Sleepy Hollow. But yep, you find an old identification.
Anything else interesting in the wallet? Like money?
There is some money in there, as far as that goes. One thing you'd probably find interesting is mixed in so there is in the main billfold section, there is probably about $200 or $300 worth of loose cash and things in there. A picture of
Snowcone, I guess.
A picture of a woman that looks like the time period was probably between 20s and 50s, based on the age of the picture and the style that the woman is wearing, the clothes she's wearing. And you find $500 worth of old money. Money that is slightly larger, you know what I mean? It's more printed on a different style paper. I don't know if you guys have seen older bills, you know what I mean? I can't remember exactly when that change took place, but yeah, there was like an older bill.
One bill to each person.
Yeah.
Wait, is Henry in the room?
No, he had just stepped out.
Okay. Well, if he's outside the door, though, still, I want to give one to Henry and then one to each of the coterie mates.
Okay, cool.
Including myself. Yeah.
Yeah.
We get old money thingy.
Yeah, I was about to say, as he kind of makes his way back in, he is holding in his hand, he is holding onto a chair that is a metal construction, like an office chair, standard metal office chair, pretty sturdy as far as that goes, and wrapped over his shoulder is several heavy chains with padlocks kind of hooked onto the lengths of them. So yeah, you see that he is prepared to chain somebody down if necessary, as far as that goes. I just saw the clip come through.
Blindfolds on.
And as you hand him the bill, he just kind of looks at it. He says, "The hell is this thing?" It's kind of cool.
Dude's wallet.
Nice. You see him just kind of wink, and then, oh shit, yeah, that's right. He begins propping the guy up. You can hear the, kind of almost like muscular stretch of stiff muscles as he's bending this person to fit them into the chair, you know what I mean? Kind of a bit of a groan of the body itself, as he does reshape and place the person. Yeah, I always allow that one. Essentially, I treat it like a Stretch Armstrong, you know what I mean? It's stiff until you move it, you know what I mean? Yeah, he's posable, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Put them into weird poses.
Well, I mean, if you guys remember when you did your table, you know what I mean? They stayed rigid, but if you wanted to, you could have bent them into a chair instead of a table. Uh, you know what I mean? But he does. He puts the individual in the chair and begins wrapping chains around his waist and his feet and his hands and binds him down. But also, mixed in that wallet, one of the other things that you would find is that you do find a ticket to a railway. It seems to be a subway ticket. That is new, current. This is probably the one thing
Found a
that would
golden
stand out to you.
ticket. Found. Yeah. I will start passing that around. Found a
Yeah. Other than that, it seems like pretty much basic stuff. He had some loose change in his pocket. He had a set of keys, a key ring in his pocket with several keys on it.
that might be useful.
One of them appears to be a car key, something like an old Passat, like Volkswagen Passat. It's not a nice car, but it's a car if you can find it, wherever that might be. And, like a nice ballpoint pen, probably one of the ones that, like, not store-bought, but, like, gifted to somebody for their 50th anniversary at a location type pen, you know what I mean?
That's mine now.
Yep, it's a nice pen.
Cool pen.
But the railway ticket that you find, or subway ticket, whatever you want to call it, is current, and it seems to be heading out of town. Not out of Los Angeles entirely, but heading north into different districts as far as that goes. And the time frame on it is not too far from your current time now. And as you kind of hold that up, Izzy does kind of lean over and pulls on it a little bit, enough to look at it and be able to see it. She says, well, I think we just figured out where he was headed. And if that's the case, Samuel might be there as well. Either way, we still need to ask this asshole a couple of questions, but we need to be quick about it if we're on a time frame. And begins considering the
Can
options.
we go ahead and have some people split from this then?
I'll be honest, if you guys want to go
Now we have a
ahead,
suspect.
I can handle the
go.
interrogation portion, but that's up to you.
I can do violence.
Yeah, I
I
can.
will. I'm just letting you know now.
more
Samuel is
directed violence.
not. Samuel is not an easy individual to deal with. He's old. So if you want to go, you should
sure.
take all of you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can
Thoughts?
scout maybe.
Well, I can handle the interrogation if you want to go deal with him, and I can send you whatever information. Any questions that you had that you wanted to ask?
It's just kind of these folks now I'm realizing are a bit injured, where it's still
Yeah.
a little fucky.
By the way, the
people
ticket.
that were, just helping us out earlier tonight, and they can run and gun
I mean,
with us. Like, ooh, hey, favor part 2. You didn't really do that much last
Sorry.
time.
You kind
Like,
of
we'll be
broke
chill
up
about
there
it.
a little bit. What was that again? Sorry, I caught
part
most
two,
of it,
since you
but
didn't do
Can
favorite part
we
2 since you
contact
didn't help.
people that, helped us out
oh, which
an hour
individuals?
ago? Would they
snipers.
be agreeable to for a few
Anybody else hearing him break up?
more
this-
rounds
this- this is-
potentially tonight?
Yeah,
It's the
Paul's
snipers that he's
cutting
talking
out.
about. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
sorry,
he's talking
fucking
about the
Discord.
snipers.
I apologize, man.
That's
Sorry,
fine.
you know how Discord is. It was just cutting. It was breaking a
sucks.
little bit, enough to make it hard.
No, he was talking about the
Sounds
snipers.
okay now. Snipers. What's that? Oh, the snipers on top of the building here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
absolutely.
not here, but the ones that we had helping us at the.
Holy shit, 700
Remember the
ping.
ones that
Yeet.
shot?
Left there.
Remember the snipers that shot our Victor there that we called in?
Oh yeah.
Is he called it?
Fuck, I
Yeah.
forgot all about those guys entirely. Yeah, absolutely. So that would have been some of Izzy's guys. I think at that point they would have just left. You know what I mean? Seeing you guys make your escape and hit the cars immediately, they would have left of their own accord. But Izzy would say something to the effect of, I can try to shoot a call and see if they can catch up with you along the way, but if he's on a train, it's going to be a moving target. This is going to be a little bit harder to snipe, but I could try and have people stay ahead of the train or catch up to it if he's going to be moving. It looks like, as you take a look at the
I guess
ticket, the
We shouldn't be
ticket
doing this in
says,
public, right?
Yeah, you're gonna need to be careful about about breaking the masquerade. It's the only rule we got. Don't break it.
Well,
Keep
if I
eyes
think we're gonna
down,
just
but at the same time,
Angle them or
gunplay happens a lot in Los Angeles. Just make sure not to use any of your abilities, and don't get caught by the police. But it looks like the ticket's heading towards the valley. I'd say he's trying to make his way north, out of the heart of the city. The valley is a little more obscure. It seemed possible he could be heading farther north than there, and trying to get out of Los Angeles altogether.
Does the ticket say which stop it's at?
So the ticket would say that it was supposed to be picked up roughly within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So real quick, because you guys came here first, you know what I mean? And he was planning on going down and heading somewhere else. But it seems that the ticket essentially says being picked up in West Los Angeles and then heading north towards the valley in San Fernando. So actually, I don't know, which map do I have you guys on? Did I move everybody over to the map?
Yeah, you moved us. Yeah, you moved us here.
Okay, I knew I moved myself. I didn't know if I moved you. Okay, so initially, you guys picked up somewhere down here in West LA, right? This is where you guys were at, and he is heading to this location right here. Up here by the San Fernando Valley area. So somewhere at this intersection is where the ticket was to head to. So if Baron would say, either he planned on meeting Herschel there or catching up with him along the train ride. The train makes multiple stops. I mean, it's going to hit every subway station between here and there. But I think his goal was probably to catch back up with Samuel at some point. I want Samuel's head on a fucking platter. If you bring it to me, I will owe you. And he's tough, and I know you guys are hurt, but yeah, he's going to be the only, possible contact that we have to make sure that nothing else is still happening. I mean, this could be just the first step of a grander plan, or maybe this was all they had intended. The problem I'm trying to wrap my head around is why. Why did any of this take place? Just to draw attention, but what would taking your friend have to do with anything? I don't know. Other than just to strike back at me. I don't know if Victor was the one at plan or if Samuel was the one behind pulling the strings the whole time. Samuel is usually well thought out. Victor's the wild card. He is, not to make a generalization as she looks over towards Raven, but part of a clan who's known for being a little more chaotic at times. Raven kind of throws an eye her direction and just says, no, that's about right. Not all of us are as good as me, and smiles a little bit, but yeah, it does have a time frame, a somewhat. So the actual location of where he was supposed to be getting on the depot was right outside of the location you guys were at. Yeah. You know what I mean? Not too far away from where you were, but if you were to hurry, you could not catch it there, but catch it on the line ahead. Exactly. And I'm just giving you guys the assumption that you know LA enough and trains enough to know roughly where that next stop would be.
If not, you have the phone that could search it up in 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. But otherwise, she begins wrapping the blindfold around Victor and goes to deal with that, unless...
Maria shows her, was it sort of, looks at points at her gun. Do you have something a little bit bigger caliber than this, if I'm going to be going after this fella?
What do you have?
It's just gonna be it's just basic 9mm.
Right.
So more as my +4 pistol, I think still.
I think I took like an AK, if I remember correct.
Yeah, but
I can't remember exactly what all everyone had. I was about to say, Henry would say, "No worries, dear, I got you," as he kind of unstraps an assault rifle off of his back.
Well, I mean, this is going to be harder to. This is going to be very obvious on a railway. I was talking about.
Yes, it will.
I meant something just more like, a little bit easier concealed, like a bigger pistol, like something bigger caliber.
This is where your DM is having trouble with this, because I can't remember the weapons and pluses on all these. How did you? So you said something about a +4 pistol. How did you acquire that, and what is it? I don't. I'm sure you're
Four
right,
is
but I just
basically
don't
when
remember
it's
it.
like in the realm of Desert Eagle.
Yeah,
Pistols
Because-
can manage, so
Yeah.
because even I was looking on a few
should
things.
not
It's
try
like,
that spot.
hello.
Yeah. So I heard
This
him
thing,
breaking
like,
up again.
how is it in comparison for hand size?
Let's see here. Let me check it out here. I'm pulling it up now.
Over.
Firearms,
So
close combat firearms. I'm trying to figure out where the damage is. Ranged weapons in combat. So that's the firearm skill. I'm sure they have a whole section in here about guns. I just can't remember where they're at. It would
Here
be
we
under
go.
equipment, surely. You got a page number?
Let me see.
If you're looking on the actual
I'm trying.
yeah,
Weapons and armor.
because I really don't know as far as all that goes. There we go. All right. So conventional weapons is on page 379.
All right.
Incendiary weapons, dragon's breath rounds, flamethrowers, Molotov cocktails, Rothus pistol, incendiary explosive rounds. That's not something that you guys would have access
conventional
to.
doesn't have the
Yeah.
conventional stuff on it. I know there's a table for it. I've seen it before.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've seen.
but
I've
Can you
definitely
hear me
seen
right
the.
now?
Yeah, I
Testing?
can hear you.
Cool.
I can hear you at the moment.
Well, in general, the weapons that are on that table are all civilian grade ones. So plus the Desert Eagle that I hand over, going down to like +3, a mid-sized hunting rifle, or like some lighter shotgun. Oh yeah, shotgun's another +4 if you're up in close range. +2 gets down into like still that one that you had, Marina, and then +1 is if you're using a 22. One of my favorite guns
Yeah.
to plink with.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, as far as that goes, she could hand you a bigger pistol, just so we don't have to waste
Yeah.
so much time on it.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it'd
I
be something,
was kind of hoping it would be something I could find real easy and be able to help you
Yeah.
out there, but
it'd be something like a 44 or like a 357 would hit a lot harder than 9 mil.
that's fine. Yeah, we'll go ahead and say that for now. But yeah, she just she reaches. Brittany actually would be the one to reach behind her. This makes it a lot easier, and she pulls out something that looks kind of like a mix between a pistol and an Uzi, with like the extended mag, something that you could still hide in a back pocket, but has like a heavier clip on it and will fire multiple rounds. You know what I mean? So like,
Okay.
you know what I mean? That's kind of what I was thinking. You know what I mean? A little bit smaller, you can still conceal it in your back pocket, but it's something that's definitely going to do a little bit more damage. Because yeah, the way I've always done it is just pistols or 2, and then go up from there. Like shotguns are like a 4 or something like that. What's the sniper rifle? I think that's a 4, right?
4. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's not a wide variety as far as that goes.
They keep it pretty simple. I would imagine if GM wants, when it comes to automatic stuff, that's where it can get into +5 or 6, but obviously not with this pistol deal. That'd be more of if you're getting an actual full-on assault rifle.
Right, we'll just call this an Uzi, type gun. It's like a +4. That's fine. But yeah, Brittany would pull this up. As she hands it to you, and you go to reach for it, she pulls it back and she says, "Take good care of Lucille. I want her back," and then hands over the gun to you.
Hands it. Trust me, I'm a good shot.
Taking a
Don't do
look
anything to it.
and examining it, the word Lucille has been etched in filigree across the side of it. It's got a nice little inlay. She has definitely put a little bit of money into this gun. But yeah, taking a look there, you do see that there is kind of a switch on it between 3-round burst and full auto, So this is definitely a modified gun of some sort. But yeah, you're given that and the location of where this train is. So you guys going to head out to deal with that while she handles the interrogation. And before you go, is there anything that you wanted to know? I mean, he'll be here when you get back, but any questions that you need to know while you're out, I could text you or call you.
Where's Taram?
Maybe about the gang members?
Obviously.
That would be...
I think the plan there was simply just to cause chaos, but I'll definitely make sure to be asking him about that. That's on my list.
Fair
as far
enough.
as that goes.
See if he knows
Yeah.
anything about that ghost too.
Yeah,
Ghost.
absolutely will. I want to know everything that happened that night. It seems like that's where this whole thing sparked off, at least to the best of our ability, best of my knowledge. So I want to know what was going on and why. But go make sure to bring Samuel in, dead or alive. I don't care. Bring me back his ashes or bring me a steak body, but bring him back. And she kind of goes back to doing what she was doing as you guys make your way out. How do you guys want to load up? You have the van out there, of course. Yeah, I was gonna say you have a van out there. Well, yeah, you've got Snowcone's prescription van slash ice cream truck. You know what I mean, as far as that goes, and then your car, which is a 4-seater in this case, I think. I believe that's what you were saying you were using. Yeah, you could hold. Oh, yeah, you could hold 4 people. 4 doors, what I meant to say.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So you load up in the fastest car that you have available at your hands, hit the streets, and take off. Give me a drive check. Let's see how much time you lose on the way there. We never get to make drive checks, so let's do it.
Can I help because I'm a local?
Absolutely.
Who's ever the best driver out of all of us is the one behind the wheel. I'm not getting behind the wheel.
So awesome. So yeah,
Not good.
I don't drive that well.
I love the idea of as Bart goes hood sliding like Bo Duke across the front of the car, Marina tosses him the keys, and he snatches them as he gets into the driver's seat. Amazing.
Is it heavy traffic right now, or?
It's actually pretty. Yeah, it's pretty
drive.
late at night. Yeah, I think this is more or less Wits and Drive would be fine. Yeah, just how fast, it's either Wits Drive or Dex Drive. Either way you want to do it, it's how capable you are or how well you know the streets. But yeah, just to see, holy shit, 5 successes. You guys have ridden with Bart a few times. He's quick. He's usually got a little bit of a lead foot. This is impressive. As he comes around the first turn out of that alleyway, he's broadside in the middle of the road, and the broadside tires squealing across doesn't stop until he makes it 3 turns later. He's still Tokyo drifting around downtown LA. You know what I mean?
Notably, I'm actually not doing too much illegal shit due to the fact that we have multiple guns in the car right now. I'm doing like a pretty chill, but I'm going quick. It's one of those, I'm about 10 miles over, but I'm also like keeping an eye out.
It's World of Darkness.
So,
it's all right. They don't care. The cops are fine with it. They're okay.
Okay, cool.
They're all right with it.
Over to,
Right.
Us, you just snatch his body camera and just go, "You forget this encounter."
Absolutely. But yeah, you guys take off and you're gone. That's the important part. You guys get there rather quickly and begin making your way through the area. So as you guys approach to the train station where you know it is beneath the ground. So, you know, you do know that there are several places where the train does rise out of the ground and goes into monorails and things that head above the city, you know what I mean? Kind of rides through, you know, I'm sure you guys have all seen. I don't live in an area where there are subways, so I don't know them very well. I don't know actually how they work, but I've always assumed that the railways you see above ground and the ones that you see in the subway are the same railway, right? Is that right?
No.
Okay, yeah, I thought so. Yeah, so yeah, that's kind of the same situation that you got here.
Yeah.
I'll take Snowcone's advice because I know he's done the New York thing a couple times, so you know what I mean. Is that where you live, or is that just you've been there?
I lived in New York for pretty much a majority of my life. And
Yeah, I remember you saying something about it.
Yeah, and also I can tell you from firsthand experience, there's some parts of the subway you do not want the train to stop off at, because if you stop in the middle of a tunnel, and everybody knows that tunnel, just hope that the lights come back on.
Right.
Yep.
But yeah, so as you guys get there, what you find is simply just a set of stairs descending down with the sign above it that says railway. So you find a place to park the car, and you guys are out of the car and back on foot, unless you plan on catching up with it at a above ground section of the rails. That's up to you. Would you rather descend down in and go in here and try and catch up with the train, or would you rather wait it out?
I mean, probably want to wait. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to ask, would there be a spot we could just park our car on the tracks and
I don't know if that would
derail
go
the
too.
train?
So as far as that goes, there probably are
masquerade
locations.
Oh,
There are probably
Hmm.
locations in which it was possible to get the car onto a railway. I played GTA. You know what I mean? I played GTA. You know what I mean? Fucking, we've all seen this, right? But yeah, so there are probably places. Of course, it would potentially derail the train, even in that case.
And
But more often than not,
kill Tara and everyone else inside.
it would cause a lot of trouble. Yeah, exactly. That would be your biggest concern. But yeah, there's probably places you could do that. But even I don't know. Actually, I've seen a lot of like we all see the shit on the news, like car crash into train or train hits car. It doesn't usually derail the train. It just destroys the car and it keeps on going, right? But yeah. So it's really up to you, man. That's your guys' call. I was offering the choice for tactics. Which tactic would you prefer? Try to set up and get on board the train like an old cowboy, jumping onto it while it's moving above ground, or waiting for a place that's more tactical, or whatever you want to do.
I mean,
But you can definitely dive in here. But
how many? Well, I'm gonna say, even though it's night, it's still LA. How many people would be at this station? Because it is a station point that we're
a few. So you looking down, you see one or two people at the stairwell. So you would assume there's probably 4 or 5 people down in the actual station waiting to get on or off of a train. But based off the ticket that you have, it is at the moment that you arrive. So you have to make a quick decision as to whether or not to get on the train here, or wait for another stop.
I would say try to get on. I'd say our best decision probably get on that train using the the people in there to sort of blend in and walk in. If we could,
right?
Or like I'm going to go in unseen, notably.
Okay.
So
yeah.
Now I even need to buy one more ticket.
All right. So as you guys begin jumping out of the car, things like that. Excuse me. Begin jumping out of the car and making your way down the stairwell. Bart, you go invisible. Was that the idea?
Yes, please. I will do the rolly rolls.
Bart kicks in his invisibility. And you guys are off. You come to the turnstiles. Who actually stops for them?
I'd probably stop and let if the other ones would want to try to jump it, maybe, and they'd already be a little bit too busy. I should kind of distract them.
Yeah, you see as you make your way down the stairs that there's nobody down here watching anything.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? You do come to a set of turnstiles where you could swipe a card, but you know what I mean? It's up to you as to whether or not you... Yeah, exactly. You can decide. Those are there to keep an honest man honest. You know what I mean? But
if anything, there's an emergency like fire door that's like you're only supposed to use it in case of emergency. But that shit, like you can just honestly like open that shit up, keep it open, and then have everybody walk through. No one's gonna stop you.
Right.
We just just hop through, go through straight down to the thing, trying to be quick, but at least in my case, trying to be a little trying to move through quick, but not trying to cause too much attention to myself at the very least, trying to keep my head at least lower.
Right. Well, you guys have to make a pretty steady run to actually make it to the train, as you can hear that the train is currently in the station. And as you get to the train itself, you see that the doors are just about to close as you board the train. But this is a typical passenger train, as far as that goes, or kind of underground subway. Put you guys over to a different image here. I don't know why it's been stuck in my head.
Ooh.
So there's your train station that I meant to show you originally, but since I didn't switch that early enough, you guys jump on to the subway. There are a handful of people here. So if you remember, this was still somewhat early in the night as you guys get onto the railway. So there are a lot of late night third shifters, either heading to work or home from work, things like that. There are people that are sitting on the train For the most part, it's a lot more sparse than what it is during the daytime, of course, or during like rush hour or anything like that. But there are still a number of people here and a lot of cars to search. As to where he's at on this train or any of that information, it may be hard to track them down. But you make it onto the train just before it begins careening down through the tunnels, underneath the city of Los Angeles. You know that it has to make at least one other stop, but after that next stop, there will be a large portion of time in which it doesn't stop until San Fernando. So it's up to you guys as to what time, how you want to do it, how you want to handle it. You tell me. But you are on the train, and presumably so is Samuel.
I would guess that was it. Tara probably have a pretty distinct smell with all the stuff she usually carries with her, right?
Patchouli.
Yep. I wonder if I could use my whatchamacallit, my heightened senses to try to see if I can smell out as I go through like the cars to see if I can pick up any, what if anything that would of Tara. I mean, like Tara would probably have her own stuff that she normally did, yeah. Especially knowing her well.
Yeah, and especially if you're keen to using your heightened senses. I think a lot of people have a very distinct smell about them. And Tara would often smell like a skunk or a head shop. One of the two. It's either the smell of strong incense or the smell of weed. As her most two common smells that are on her. You definitely in a subway in LA, the first one, the skunk smells pretty heavy. Definitely a bit of a bohemian smell down here. As you pass several people, like one guy is literally just laid out on a bench sleeping with several newspapers over top of him. Trying to do his best to not be bothered. But yeah, you can definitely do that. Anybody else have any special tactics you want to employ?
Are we like central in the train, or are we at one end?
I think you guys probably would have came in. You know what? Just to make it easier, we'll say that you guys probably came on the front of the train. You know what I mean? This way, you're kind of at one end. You know what I mean?
Oh, time to go hunting.
Yep. So he's invisible, moving through
if we're just like in a middle car or
the front.
at the end.
That's what I'm saying. You guys are at the front. So you guys know that if he's in the back, you can make your way from there. You know what I mean?
Just is it get Tara away first, then go from there, or what? I can maybe do that even more subtly.
We'll have to see what.
Yeah, see the
Yeah,
situation.
Train in the tunnel.
That would put you up at one end. Yeah, you could try and stop the train.
If we do stop the train, it would, whatchamacallit, cause him to be able to just jump off the train with Tara easier, though. And run away. Especially if the train randomly stops while he's on it, he's going to immediately start running off the train, probably.
I think the goal is, if we can, we want to try getting Tara off at the next stop, but whatever else happens there is shit happen. We're making our way forward during this conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because idleness is not wanton.
Your DM was trying to sneak in a cheese stick. They were looking too good. All right. Yeah.
I think the only thing I could do.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
No. Go ahead.
I guess I was just gonna say that like the only thing I could do is premonition, but even then I don't know if premonition is gonna allow me to see anything unless like this is the exact spot he was sitting in, but he just moved.
Right. That is entirely up to you. If you want to try and use that.
I mean, anything like any clue is better than no clues, so I'll give it a shot.
All right. I do believe that requires a rouse check. By the way, while you were at Izzy's, I know I kind of grazed over it. While you were at the Barons, you were offered drinks. So anything that you want there, as far as that goes, you're welcome to have.
I would pass mine
replenish
off to the party that needs it.
But you're able to replenish your blood if you want
Yeah.
to.
I ripped up, opened one of the bags, just devoured it.
But yeah, if you want to go ahead and give me a rouse check for your premonition ability.
You got it.
There we go.
Yeah.
Then is it a roll that you have to do, or is it just?
Yeah, I do think there is actually a roll associated with that now that I think about it. Let's see here what it is.
Plus aspects, I would imagine.
I say that sounds right to me. It's an Auspex ability, correct? It is.
Yes.
Premonition is Resolve plus Auspex. So yeah, if you want to give me a Resolve plus Auspex roll, which I know we've set up for you. I'm having to come up with a few things on the fly here real quick.
That's.
It'd be like that.
All right.
It was.
So
Oh, it
it's-
was.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
doesn't
That
make
doesn't
sense.
make sense.
That doesn't seem right. Yeah. Why did it roll that way? Oh, because he's impaired.
He wouldn't
I
be
don't-
impaired though.
Yeah.
He used all of his. That is a
But
mental
he-
check, and he's used all of his
Oh, willpower.
willpower. Yeah. Let me see. Let me take a look at your character sheet. Sorry, guys, bear with us. We're kind of. I know at least I'm newer to VTM, so there's a couple things I still have to check on when it comes to shit like this. All right, so yeah. Exactly, that's the fun of it, right? So yeah, I think that's what it is that it's a, so... Oh, also, let's see, so under premonition, let's see, discipline... I don't think you had an attribute selected. Not allowing you to select an attribute, is it? Something seems to be missing there. What's your resolve? Oh no, it's doing something. Resolve. Okay, it looks right.
Yeah,
I was thinking maybe something was off there.
It's still only weird for one dice though. He has two in Auspex. Then how much is resolve?
So resolve is -2. Or no, not resolve. Sorry, impaired causes -2 to all checks.
Yeah. And
So
then he
that's
has-
where
how
it
much
is. He has
resolve?
three. He has 3 dice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, resolve.
Resolve,
He's got 2 in Auspex, 1 in resolve. He only has a single dot in resolve, and that's the issue there. Yeah, plus the -2 from that. I'm trying to remember though is resolve is a mental attribute. That's why. Yeah, so
It is.
resolve hits social and mental. Interesting. Okay. All right. Either way, you got a single success. So you do still get, regardless, it works. It's just a matter of how well it works. You know what I mean? Things like that most of the time. In this case, I think you would get this scene that would be painted in your eye. Very specifically, you're trying to think of what happened to Tara. Oftentimes, these come in as kind of a metaphorical expression. You know what I mean? Seeing certain things in almost an artistic, an abstract way. This time it comes in a lot more clearly, but in bits and pieces. You would see a moment in which you see Tara sitting, standing at the edge of the club, kind of sitting there in a chair. She's got some sweat dripping down her face like she has been dancing, and you see her drinking a glass of water, or a bottle of water, and an arm reach out and grab a hold of hers to cause a bit of a panic on her face as the bottle of water drops to the floor, and your vision pans out to see that area now empty, kind of reflecting where she was taking, the moment she was taken. There are flashes of streets driving through the city. It seems to be an older car, something almost antique, very well like a Rolls Royce in the interior. You know, very nice leather seats, but very old and classic. From the back seat is the perspective. You're catching all this almost through her own eyes. But then you do see a flash that looks like that Subway farmer's market image I just showed, and being moved down the stairs rather rapidly. At that point, you now see a small storage container. Well, storage. What do you call the train car? A storage car on the train, more or less. It's got boxes, a couple of suitcases, and things. It seems like an area of the train that's specifically meant for cargo, in general, that you're looking at, and you can see Tara's facial expression of panic and worry, but then it kind of and almost a looming shadow there behind her before it cuts out and fades. Just a couple of quick little flashes, but it's over before you know it, and you're right back to it. But you would see almost like, I know that subways probably don't often have storage compartments for things like that, but we'll say this one does. You know what I mean? Almost like a storage car where people have pets or cargo or whatever. I'm thinking of a passenger. I'm thinking of a passenger train, not a subway.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's also in the future.
Yeah.
Pentex, that's the name of the company. It's a good one. But yeah, that's kind of what you get. Is it almost looks like a storage car where things are kept to move along this subway as far as that goes. So you would assume it's probably towards the back of the train, but could be, you know, along the way. You know, looking back, you know that from your position, as you look back through the cars, you can see out that singular little window there in the door. You can see a half dozen cars behind you, so you know that the train, you know, has probably got 20, 30 cars on it. There's a lot of space to move along the way. But yeah, you when you were very specifically thinking of Terra, you got this image of a storage container on the car, or a storage car on the train. So you would assume that she's probably in a storage cart. There was a shadowy figure more or less looming over, though you couldn't see what they looked like. So.
All right. I'm gonna relay those details to everybody, so they're aware of the situation.
Yep, absolutely.
All right. Well,
What would you
then
guys
we'll
like to do?
continue going, I guess. That's the only thing we can really do at the moment is just continue
Yeah.
going. I keep smelling, see if I
Yeah.
can pick up a...
So you use your heightened
offset a
senses.
car?
Yep.
What was that, Newmar?
Should we like offset a car? Have like two people go into the next car and then like two people stay back, just in case it blows up or something.
It's an option.
Mm.
I'm down, or just in general having Snowcone stay back because we still have way to
Yeah.
being back in the dirt.
Yeah, I am still original recipe over here.
Yeah.
No, you're extra crispy. Now you're original recipe. You were extra crispy. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, you guys begin
probably
making
will
your
take
way
fun.
back through the cars. You see that again, I think taking the image, almost kind of from like the GTA server we play, it's a little more futuristic. So the train does have passenger cars, for the most part, that is passenger setup, but there are some that are actually even slightly nicer, you know what I mean, than others. Almost like this train has been cobbled together from using multiple subway cars that they've used to keep this thing on the rails. The LA rail system isn't the best, as far as I've been told, but especially in the World of Darkness. And as you begin making your way back through, you find some cars that are completely abandoned. Others that have multiple people sitting in them, people reading papers, standing, waiting, playing on their cell phones while trying to get towards the back. The smell of Terra doesn't kick in till about halfway through the train, but at a certain point you do start to pick up a slight smell that is reminiscent of Tara's perfume and the smells that are typically associated with her, and you start to follow that smell until the sense gets a little bit stronger. Is there a role associated with heightened senses?
It's usually wits and awareness.
Could you go ahead and give me a wits and awareness roll?
Yeah, wits and awareness with my aspect, so +1. So
Sounds about right.
let's see. Wits, and where is it? Awareness +1. 3 successes.
Yeah. Oh, it just said wits resolve actually, but it's all good.
Wits resolve? Oh no, wits resolve is if
resist,
yeah.
Yep.
If there's like an extreme sensation such as loud bangs, flashes, intense light,
Oh,
overpowering
okay.
smells.
That's all. I just saw where you had typed in there. Okay,
Yeah,
three
that
successes.
you're not ready for. Yeah, that you're not
Okay.
ready for. So
You're nearing the back of the train at some point, and it's at that moment when you begin to catch a smell that you do recognize, but isn't that of Tara's. It's the smell of Samuel's. And you would see as you enter a specific car towards about the 3/4 mark, you would see the back of an individual that does seem reminiscent to look like Samuel Hirsch. He's wearing a hat that's placed on his head. He does have his back towards you at the moment that you enter the car. And there is, at least 1 or 2 other individuals that are sitting on the car, standing, holding onto the, handholds. In this car as well, but he has his back, kind of turned towards away from you at the moment that you enter this specific car, and you take notice of him. You do not see Tara sitting next to him, but you do know that you're, definitely in 3/4 of the way back on this train. So there's probably a few more cars behind you, but you do catch Samuel as far as that goes, and I know your heightened senses would have caught that, so I wanted to make sure to mention it. But as you guys are all making your way back, it's up to you as to how you proceed past that point.
So
I'm ready
Yeah,
to
like
shoot them, but I'll play off them.
yeah.
Can I
I was gonna
glare at
say,
some of the
like,
passengers? And
There are 2 other passengers in this car, and
Are
you've
they-
seen.
look,
And the car before this one had nobody in it, but the car before that had 4 or 5 people in it. So you have a car between those 5 people and where you're at, but there are still 2 people in the car where you are currently at.
anyone in the crowd
Actually-
looks suspicious, like they could be kindred or something. Pale people.
Give me a wits awareness or wits insight. Let's see.
He does have Bloodhound, notably, right?
Ooh,
I have like some sort of smelly thing. I have
yeah.
blood-
Tell me more.
Yeah, I have Bloodhound to sniff resonance. I think I even have I had a blood sorcery thing. Oh,
That's
no,
tasting blood.
But yeah, I guess that doesn't
Okay.
fully sniff out kindred.
I have an idea.
So yeah, I'll go. You said wits insight.
Yeah. Wits insight or wits awareness, whichever you want.
Awareness gets me more dots.
Yeah, that's fine. Wits awareness or wits insight, whichever you want, whichever one works better for you. 5 successes. Nice. With a critical on that, by the way. Absolutely. So as you were making your way down through the train, you did notice that you passed by one person, probably in that car that had 5 individuals in it. You saw one individual that had kind of spiked hair, short spiked hair. It's not like crazy fucking neo punk or anything like that, but he just kind of had a short spiked hair to him, but his clothes were a little dated as far as that, you know what I mean? He had a bit of a leather jacket on, and he was definitely sitting really close, almost uncomfortably close to another individual that he seemed to be like looking at, almost if he was looking to maybe snack on them, as far as that goes. But as to whether or not they're connected to Samuel, Maybe,
Well,
maybe
we
not.
thought-
But you
Maybe
did
we'll put it-
pass another individual that you thought probably was a kindred. As far as this car, the other two are most certainly humans.
Marina would actually look over at them and so is are they are, was it are they is there even more let's see what time
They both
I'm
look
trying to think.
rather
Would they-
bored, just sitting around, you know what I mean? Just like waiting on the train.
trying to
You know what I
see.
mean?
would they have any like hoodies or something with them or like a jacket?
Roll a D100, 25%. You know what? Chance of a hoodie in LA?
Or
30%
hoodie or a
chance.
jacket, just something, yeah, something with a hood.
Yeah, 30% chance. You pick high or low.
Let's just do high and let's find where I can. Oh, there it is. Oh, well, I should have said low, but you know.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, because he rolled 76 earlier. Yeah, no. T-shirts. One girl's wearing a skirt and a halter top. The other guy that's there is wearing a T-shirt and a pair of slacks. Like pants, like jeans.
Well, there goes that idea.
I think I got a way to get the people out of here.
Mortals, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, as far as Herschel goes, he's wearing the same kind of suit that you had seen him in previously. I think when you went into the room, you may have noticed he did have a hat with him, kind of like an old Boulder hat,
Well-
you know, almost like a businessman would have worn in the 50s. It's a little bit dated, but still something that's fashionable today.
Well, the question is, do we want them out of here? Because if they're in here, and he uses his powers, he would more likely not use his powers while there's mortals in here,
That's true.
and he's older.
Actually,
So-
Well,
if we
politics.
want the-
Hurts us more than him.
actually, if we want more people, like, will we want more people in here or just these two people?
I mean, to start off, these people will start running out once it starts happening. So at least start
Party
as a
over
beginning.
here!
Yeah, yeah. Well, just for the first, like, I could go up. I could try up and go just straight up. I could just try to talk and see how that goes.
Yeah, we'll back you up.
And Bart, as you're invisible, you can try to go around behind him. And if anything
Ooh.
happens, use your dragon's breath.
I'm down.
All right.
Sounds
So
good.
Excuse me.
Marina would, straighten her clothes up a little bit and go, "Oh, there you are," and like sort of walk smiling over.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as you approach and kind of sit down next to the individual, taking a look at him and him taking a look at you, there's a moment of almost surprise as he sees you, but that moment is quickly replaced with a look of irritation. But he almost smiles a little bit politely. Good evening, dear. Please take a seat. And he kind of takes a look. You'd see him throwing a glance out of the side of his eye as he is kind of trying to gauge who else is nearby, more or less.
I
I
think notably,
think we-
I'm going to try to keep directly behind him so that I don't ever have. Well, he doesn't ever have line of sight on me.
You're invisible
Just for
too,
the
right?
sake of
Yeah,
there's enough
Okay.
people that can still I know have
and
the ability to see me.
Yep.
I don't know what his powers are. We should have asked, son of a bitch.
Well, I think one thing though, if I'm not mistaken, what we talked about earlier, where 2 people went in front and then 2 people were staying in the back in the train before moving forward.
and also we have the 2 people that are of our backup. So there then even maybe like a train car behind you 2.
If they actually got there, I don't think we talked about them actually
Oh.
getting there.
True,
That
Kevin.
was a little iffy.
Could they be
sorry.
at the next train station?
Sorry, what was the question?
Can
The
we have our
people that-
backup be at the next train station?
Remember
Or, like,
the
subway
people that we
station.
told Izzy to call
Oh.
them meet us there?
No?
It's never
Yeah,
gonna get
sure. Yeah, I think if you wanted to, yeah, that's entirely possible.
Yep. But yeah, no,
Ooh.
I think if I'm not mistaken, since was like 1 train car forward, so I think those 2 would still be in the back until given the go light, right? And the other car.
Yes.
So all he would see is Marina at the moment.
Yeah, so it's up to you. As far as all that, I mean, I guess Newmar was in there too because he had smelled. Remember?
Oh, I mean,
Yeah, but we're talking about like leapfrogging the train cars a little bit.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
might
yeah,
as
yeah.
well
That's
go
true.
first.
I think you're close enough, but not maybe in the car. That's fine. Either way, yeah. As
Yeah.
Marina kind of steps up, you're the only one that's currently there at the moment. Bart directly behind him, but invisible. Right? That was the
Mhm.
idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, keeping yourself
Yeah.
more or
With
less
dragon
behind. With a dragon
Loaded.
breath round ready
Have
for
the
him.
last one chambered. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's what.
And I got
So,
my
Right.
dart gun here.
All right. It's such
Got
a
ya.
pleasure to see you.
I wish I could say the same. What do
Aw.
you want?
Well, my friend did say to meet you here, you know. Sort of smiles.
Your friend.
Mhm.
Which friend would that be, my dear?
I mean, you know the person, don't you? I mean, that's the only really person
I'm
we know in
assuming you're
common.
talking about Victor.
She's just leaving an open interpretation either about Tara or Victor, just whatever he thinks.
Okay. Yeah, I think say that is unfortunate. I'd quite hoped that he would catch the train. I don't know
Actually-
what you have invested in this, but you were wise. You would stay out of the affairs of your elders, young lady. This goes beyond you. Do not realize what quite yet at stake.
Well, I mean, he did actually. Well, the thing is, he's actually one that sent me here instead of him. Instead, he actually sort of left. And she's trying to like, was it more in like manipulate him into saying that he's actually like betrayed her and betrayed him.
Yeah. Let's do a manipulation check. This is gonna be a hard one though. I will say that just
manipulation.
based on their relationship here,
Yeah.
it will be
it would
rather
all work?
difficult.
Would all work with him? Is
So
the question.
does kind of work on Kindred to some degree because it really all does is allows you to add to your roll, so it would work.
Yeah.
Right.
right.
Yeah, I'll allow you to use that.
So
So
subterfuge.
let's see. This is going to be manipulation and subterfuge.
Yep. Then a social roll plus. So
Yeah, it's
plus one,
let's see.
3 with all.
How
Since
many
I have
dice are you
beautiful, that
rolling
will-
all together?
So it'll be
Like 30,
let's see,
38 dice.
4, 7, 10. 10 dice.
10 dice. I'm trying to think of the difficulty here, and I'm not basing it off your dice. I was thinking
Yeah.
automatically like 5 to 6 anyway, but just based off their relationship. Let's go ahead and call it a 6. It's gonna be a hard one because, like,
Alright.
this is a guy that's followed him for years. You know what I mean? As far as all that,
7.
There's 7 successes. That is unfortunate. Victor has been my friend for some time. I find it hard to believe that he was so easily swayed without some means of manipulation. What is it that you want?
My friend.
Your friend is quite all right. I can assure you that. And once my plans have seen themselves to fruition, I will ensure that she is released, well taken care of during the time that she stays with me. You have nothing to worry about there, dear. You're not the target of my interests.
Well, honestly, what is your entire plan with her? Because she really has no use to anyone you're looking for, I think.
I think she'll be quite useful. Honestly, mortal blood, drug into the affairs of those. He kind of looks around again, and as he's whispering this, he leans in. She could tell a great deal of secrets with that online following that she has, couldn't she?
And we can make sure that you never leave this train. She sort of smiles back.
Neither would she.
Is that a risk you're willing to take?
Oh, indeed, dear. I'm a very calculated man, you'll see, and I've calculated the risks involved. You are a child. I could smell it on you. How do you think that you would ever deal with someone like me?
And also on top of that, how do you think I even got here in that case? If I'm so, not, if I'm as under-equipped as you think.
As wise of a man as Victor is, he's never been very physically imposing. Bit of a disappointment, really. Maybe I should look for better assistance, but I never wanted him for his body. His mind was what was most capable. At this point, you actually see that Victor kind of turns around and looks at the individuals. Excuse me, miss. You there? And as the kind of 20-something-year-old girl turns around and takes a look at him, you see that both individuals that are in the train kind of catch notice. There's only like 4 of you in this car.
Yep.
He would just look at her and say, "Get the hell out of here." And she just almost snaps to and begins walking. "Same for you, sir." As he does the same. So the 2 mortal individuals begin turning and walking towards the front of the car to make their exit.
So
Do you make any sort of attempt to stop him? Like, that's what I plan to do. So if you want to try and stop him midway in any of that, let me know.
no, she just smiles and looks at him. Is like, well, let's see. So you said that you want to leave this train alive either, which tells me more than what I need to know. You know what's actually really funny about what happened with Victor though?
What is that, my dear?
The thing that I learned while I was there, being such as new as I am, right?
What?
Is that fire sucks. Bart.
Fire? Yeah.
Yeah, that fire sucks.
Yeah.
That
This
seems like a
I guess
reasonable
this would be
trigger.
the
So I
this would
shoot
be the
him in
point.
back of the head.
Yeah.
Abraham Lincoln, bitch.
I'd like to think you actually say Abraham Lincoln bitch as you shoot him.
Yeah, this is the education level of Bart. He doesn't fully understand that, but he roughly knows that Abraham Lincoln got shot in the back of the head.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something we all thought, right? All right.
And so now I get to roll just deck firearms, or even with firearms?
Absolutely, yeah. So yeah, Dex firearms is typically the best for this, but let me take a look at your skills here.
Trained, so actually Dex I think might be the, in fact, complete proper one for it.
Let me see.
Think about it.
You've been sitting there waiting ready though. I mean, that could be.
That's what I was just thinking as well. So your composure or resolve is the same as your dex. I was thinking resolve could also come into play there too. That's usually what I would use for a steadied or aim shot, is either composure or resolve. I guess it would be, what is it? It's resolve is the mental one, right? Yeah, that's more of the waiting till the right moment. So yeah, I don't think wits really takes as much play here because this is a pretty easy shot. Yeah.
I know. I was just joking, saying wits for the insult that he said.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. So I think resolve or dex, either way, it's gonna be the same for you. I was just looking at your sheet to make sure. All right. So 3 successes. Would you like to add more to it?
Would that be a +4 with the shotgun and making it incendiary? That'd be 7 aggravated?
No.
I don't know.
How's that work?
Incendiary makes so it doesn't have any pluses, it just deals that amount of aggravated and then lights them on fire. So, I'm going to expend my last die given by viewer, at least I have for now. Roll that, plus even going to expend a willpower. I want to see this fucker burn. So,
and
first the willpower.
With rapid,
I'll do it as 2 dice.
With rapid reflexes, it also says that I can have a minor action like such as readying a weapon or reloading a weapon for free. So would I be able to start reaching and grab my weapon out of my base, out of like my side,
Oh yeah, yeah. You can grab a weapon
Yeah.
while this is happening. Absolutely.
and just start?
All right. So you said
Sadly, I
these were
feel like he'll
Dragon's
get a
Breath
rebuttal
rounds?
for
Is
this.
that what you said?
Yep, Dragon's Breath.
Well, singular dragon breath shell that I had left is now expended.
So that means
Let's
it
use
gets
the
no
others on
pluses, but it does turn it into aggravated, like you said. So you rolled 4 successes. He's going to get his chance to dodge, right?
It's a shotgun to the back of the head.
It's
Yeah,
just
no,
against
I think just
one.
back of the head. Yeah, you're right. He wasn't prepared for it. Let me check one thing here, though, because I got to remember how his stuff works.
As long as he doesn't have Fortitude 3, I'm not feeling too bad about
Oh,
it.
that's really interesting. That's
Wait a
interesting.
minute. Wait,
Which one were you
wasn't
thinking
he-
of? The 5-Bane?
Oh,
There's a
Drafted
specific
Flesh of
Fortitude one
Marble
that
is
I'm not
5.
Yeah. Oh, 5. I thought it was lower
That's
than
level
that. Okay,
5.
less than entirely
Um,
scared, but there's still bad stuff
well,
within
I
there,
was
like that helps
looking-
resist some stuff.
Yeah, because I'm trying to remember which one it is. Is it resilience, toughness? One of those gives you a bit of a boost on that stuff, right?
Also, this is the first shell you fired,
I
right?
think resilience helps against like regular stuff.
But I think
Alright.
isn't this the first fire?
Like,
Yeah, I think
if
you
I
got
was
4 of
firing
them.
regular shotgun shells into a person who had activated resilience, what's that? No, I
Yeah.
think I only got 2. But
Help me
No, I
out
think
here,
you-
chat. Does anybody know the answer to this one? Let's see. Resilience.
But I don't think you've shot one before, have you?
I shot one during the last combat. Wait,
No, we haven't had a combat since you got them.
I thought I fired it at some point.
You suffer
Cool,
damage as a
I
regular
have one
vampire,
other one.
treating
Oh.
regular puncture and slash wounds as supernatural damage.
I think there were only 2 within the
Oh, that's
general
something else.
container, and I only took
Yeah.
1. Was the thing.
Oh,
Okay. So I expended my 1. I didn't want to be a person that like took 2 of the thing that is like semi-mythical.
There it is. So
from
the
the
user
old
the user adds their fortitude rating to their health track. That's the one I was
Yeah.
thinking of.
That's the
And
real basic one,
toughness,
but
subtract the fortitude of the defender from all superficial damage sustained. This occurs before halving the damage and cannot reduce damage below 1. Wait, what was
Yeah.
that? Subtract the fortitude of the defender from all superficial damage sustained. So that's only for superficial. So resilience is the one I was thinking of. He does have a pretty high health track, and that makes sense. I had to switch these guys last minute because initially this battle was supposed to be with Victor. So I had to pull up a character sheet like last second here. Let's see. So yeah, this guy actually has 8 health. That's what it was. I was about to say, holy shit, you just killed this guy. But yeah, from the best that you could tell, he just sustained 4 aggravated damage as you blast
on fire.
this shotgun into the back of his head, and all of a sudden his clothed light on fire. You can smell the smell of cooking kindred in the air as the rounds go off, and the deafening sound in this closed space of a shotgun blast kind of makes all of your ears ring a little bit as such. Snowcone and
son of a
Numar, 1 car back, will hear the sound. Of course, you guys were probably aware of the situation since you were moving a car at a time. Even as you moved to the train, you would, or the train door, the door in front of this one, you would have seen Marina sitting down. So I'm assuming you guys were holding your position, and you see as Bart appears out of thin air and a blast of shotgun puts a hole in the back of this guy's head as it goes off.
Yep.
I actually think this is probably the best place for us to stop our session. I want to keep going. Trust me, I really do, but like it's probably going to take a bit longer than what we could finish right here. So since it is midnight, it is probably a good place to. Is there anything last minute things that Numar and Snowcone want to do though? Do you guys?
I will
What-
say this.
What that you say?
I think Snowcone will turn to Numar, seeing the shotgun blast and knowing it's Dragon's Breath, and just lean over to him and, like, now that he's probably got his vocal cords back, just say, "Look, damn. Looks like
Damn.
he's got to take his own medicine then."
Oh yeah, he did.
Sucks,
Fuck
doesn't
yeah.
it?
Yeah. Also, we're gonna need to have Marina make a another fucking frenzy check, right?
Yep.
Big gout of fire just blast in your direction. I need to check Dragon's Breath rounds, but let's see, where were those
I
at?
would have angled it somewhat properly.
I assume,
for
I
first time
fully
binding.
assume so, yeah. But just thinking in general, the flame would probably
Yeah, spooky.
Dragon's
At least like a difficulty 2-1 reasonably.
Breath.
Yeah.
I mean, also I've been prepared for it. Is the also like would that have helped at
Oh,
all? Be ready for that?
Maybe a
I'd
little
say
bit. So let's see.
you touch the guy who's
The
breathing.
powdered pelletized zirconium magnesium shells turn any pump shotgun into a flamethrower. Available in many American states, but illegal in most of Europe. Definitely illegal in California. Dragon's Breath ammunition appears on black markets wherever vampires have been indiscreet. Dragon's Breath round shows have no damage bonus, but turn damage into aggravated versus vampires, and incidentally set whatever they hit on fire, doing a point of aggravated damage per round to the target until put out. With factory shells, a total failure on the attack roll jams the shotgun. They have an effective range of no more than 15 feet to, or
Definitely within
Fif-
15
oh,
feet.
oh no, that's what it is. An effective range of no more than 15 or so meters. So 15 meters. Yeah, that's a long.
If anything, a
Range,
bit of overkill,
but-
but that was cool.
Oh yeah, definitely a bit of overkill. But
Effectively
still,
Wyvern blast. Damn.
have you guys ever seen the videos of shotgun round or Dragon's Breath rounds like
Yep.
at night? They're really cool. They
Yep.
shoot like a 30-foot flamethrower round. They're real cool to play with. I want to play with some. I haven't got to do it yet. But anyway, yeah, go ahead and make your frenzy check if you want to. It's not a real difficult one here, I think, as far as this goes. Only a difficulty of 2, but yeah, big flash of flame right in front of your face. You definitely would need to still make a check real fast, just so we can get that part out of the way before next game. Yeah,
Oh.
you're good.
Very
Don't-
much succeeded. I was
very,
ready for that
very
shit.
good. But as this flash goes off, illuminating the entire car, the sound of a shotgun ringing out several cars away. You guys, even in the car prior, can hear it almost as if you were in the same car, being as close as you were, minus the deafening ring that is now emanating through Marina's and Bart's ears. But a blast of fire comes erupting out of the end of this shotgun, blowing a sizable chunked hole in the back of Samuel Hirsch, the previous Baron of West LA. And that's where we'll go ahead and bring our thing to a close, leaving it to unfold next week as to how he returns how he responds in kind, I guess would be the way of putting it. Also, as to who else heard the shot, where's Tara, and what implementations did he have to protect himself and his interests. We will find out next week on yeah, we'll definitely pick this up next week. So yeah, because I know this is going to take a couple of minutes, but great game, guys, real great game. I had a lot of fun tonight, actually. And next week I will make sure to have a full setup for train battle. If we don't end up on the roof of this train at some point, I have failed as a DM. You know what I mean? Just saying. If we don't end up on the roof doing the tunnel thing, like, that'd be cool. I don't know. Anyway, we'll figure it out next week. What was it?
I was gonna say I gotta do that thing I gotta do the move from Spider-Man 3 where Spider-Man takes Mr. Sandman and just drags his face along the side of the train.
Oh yeah, that'd be really good. I was in there thinking like the whole like limbo bend to not get decapitated when you go through the tunnel, you know what I mean, type of deal. But yeah, For those of you guys that have watched, the way I tend to run certain things, like the interstate combat that we had or stuff like that, I love to turn these things into kind of like an action movie scene, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I think makes Vampire the coolest to me, is it's really kind of well disposed to that type of combat and things like that. So yeah, I definitely want to make this a bit of fun. So yeah, we'll have a really, really good combat next week. If you guys want to check that out, make sure to stop back in next Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, and we'll see where the rest of this story goes. But as far as the channel goes, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate all the subscribers. I appreciate the people that came in tonight. Our sub numbers have dipped a little bit since it's around the 15th of the month. I always notice the 1st and 15th is when our sub numbers dip and grow back up to where they were, you know what I mean? It's kind of like that's when everybody's subs run out, 1st and 15th, just like welfare checks. You know what I mean? So if you guys have a subscription or, haven't checked it in a minute, make sure to check that your subscription is still current, so you still get access to our sub-only features. There is a lot of stuff I want to start adding for subscribers. I really want to make sure you guys get a good benefit for what you're doing. It supports the channel. It helps me tremendously. That's what gives us our monthly Twitch check, and that's what I use to keep my electric and internet running to keep this channel going. And add more things as we continue growing. So if you don't have a sub already, consider doing so. It's $5 a month, less than the cost of a cup of coffee at Starbucks. You get a bunch of shit. So please consider doing that if you haven't already. If it's your first time here, make sure to follow the channel so you know when we go live. I've been doing a lot of GTA RP. That's the server I'm on is set in the World of Darkness, so it's also vampire related. We play a Malkavian named Barry who drives Lunar and Lunar Bites, his homebrew delivery delivery and rideshare idea that he had there. So yeah, make sure to stop in for that. I've been doing that throughout the week in between our games, so I hope you check that out if you're into World of Darkness or even just GTA RP in general. If you like tabletop altogether, we have a D&D game on Fridays at 8 p.m. till midnight, same time frame as this one, where we've been playing Descent into Avernus. So there's all kinds of cool stuff we're doing with the channel. I'm looking to grow and add more every day. There's a lot more of the GTA stuff that I want to do since that's been so fun and seems to be doing really well. I play Vampire the Masquerade Blood Hunt, and other Call of Duty style games with FPSs. So hopefully you guys haven't, if you haven't already, make sure to follow the channel. That's what I'm getting at. And if you have been here for a day or two, make sure to subscribe. It really, really helps. All right, so let's go ahead and do some character outros. I'll start sending out the thank yous and all that stuff. Let me see here real quick. I'm gonna screw up the cameras for our players. Bear with me. You know what? I can fix that. There we go. So yeah, Snowcone, if you want to go ahead and tell everybody what you do and all that stuff, I'll get your link and put in the chat for you.
Sure thing. All right. Hello, everybody. I am Jive. When I'm not being the, as you've seen, the roasted chicken in Vampire the Masquerade, I am a part-time graphic designer and, a hobbyist at heart, but I regularly do graphic design. It's what I majored in, so I have a Fiverr account. If you want to support me or see any of the artwork I do, you can go there and check out my stuff.
Right on, man. Yeah, help support content creators and creators, period. It's not just content creators, but creators, man. I think that's the best part about the world that we live in nowadays, is that I think a lot of people are starting to realize that you don't always have to work a basic 9 to 5 to show your value. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people that have talents and skills and have learned how to turn those into industry. Hell, I drove Uber for 5 years. People need rides. I got to be my own boss. I'm a content creator now and things like that. So things like graphic designers, what better place to put stuff that, their own websites and Fiverr accounts, things like that. But it relies on people to, reach out to them when they need them. So make sure to contact our local Jab man to get any graphic stuff that you need. He does really good work. So, make sure to hit him up. Bart, you want to tell everybody about your new application?
You? Oh, especially it's
Right.
Looking around for work within manufacturing. Found at least one place wanting to hire me for third shift foundry. So if that seems extremely enticing, then maybe I'll have to bow out of this game, but probably not. Going to be looking at other stuff more, but this is
Right.
interesting prospect to at least knock some rust off the gears.
Right.
Interviews are hard.
They are,
I
dude.
don't like 'em.
It's a pain in the ass, man. Like, especially competing, because that's the problem. Is everybody's looking for a job. You know what I mean? And when you get into stuff like factory work and like I did the machinist thing for a while. You know, it becomes this pissing contest for who's got the most experience, who's had the most schooling, things like that. And what it shows on paper may not always be the truth. You know what I mean? Like, there's always some guy that has more experience than me or has got more schooling than me, but you know what I mean? I've found oftentimes that you bring in somebody that claims to have the experience and you find an asshole, or someone that's just, they went through the motions and got the paperwork but didn't do the job, but somehow they still beat you for the job, right? So yeah, it's a pain in the ass, man. But I really do hope you get that squared away soon. But I'd hate to lose you, that's for sure. But yeah, it was just kind of
Also
a fun little
prioritize jobs
factoid.
that fit into something like this. I enjoy it too. So
Yeah, that'd be
thank
cool.
you much.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem. But all right, numerousness. Let me go ahead and give you your shout out, sir. But yeah, if you want to go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Numerousness. I stream on Thursdays and Saturdays is kind of my normal days there, and kind of got most of my scheduled things worked out. So now I'm back to like that normal schedule like I wanted, and we're gonna mostly play games, but gonna start looking into doing other content stuff. So still a new channel.
Right. Yeah, I will say, man, I was actually kind of excited when you started talking about some of the other content ideas that you had or whatever. I'd like to see some of that. That'd be pretty cool, man. I'm always #1 fan there on Numerous. I've been a fanboy since Numerous #1. You know what I mean? But yeah, if you guys haven't already, make sure to give his channel a follow. I always appreciate it when you guys help support those that support this channel and help keep it functioning. But more than that, Numerous has got really good content over there, so I'm actually encouraging you to go check it out. Check out when he goes live, so go give him a follow right now. All you gotta do is click the name, click the heart, and you gotta follow his way. It makes it real nice and easy. Same for Jackal, which I'm about to get your shout out here as soon as it gets past the whatever the timer that it has set. You got 1 minute and 8 seconds, since it took me a while to get there, but either way, you can go ahead and tell everybody what you do, and I'll spam this as soon as I get the chance.
Howdy there, I'm the Jackal. I'm getting all my stuff sorted up to start streaming fully again. I have a few different games and stuff I'm ready to start going out. I have Lethal Company ready up with a few people that I'm expecting to go do soon. I'm getting things set up for I'm getting things set up on the World of Darkness 5M server to actually get some good streams out for that. But yeah, besides that, I enjoyed the game tonight. That last little part right there, that would be that would be a really cool like animated scene if you think about it.
Yeah, I could definitely imagine that.
Yeah.
I always love whenever I can add a level of like action movie or, those moments that would be in the caption on the comic book. You know what I mean? Like that's the still of the like those are always my favorite, little snippets, you know what I mean? So I shoot for those every chance that I can, where it's like this is the quintessential moment in which, or the action scene for, So yeah, I definitely think that would be that would be a full page in the comic book. That's the full page art right there, where this guy is standing there with a wry smile on his face, looking arrogant as fuck down at Marina, who's casually sitting with her legs crossed, almost, like nonchalantly, but this helmeted figure with dark red eyes kind of peering behind with a shotgun, and just like the beginning blast of the fire beginning to come out. Yeah, I could see the image in my head. I really can.
Just looking up. Yeah, I've learned fire sucks. Then Abraham Lincoln, bitch, boom.
Abraham Lincoln. That was my favorite part. Abraham Lincoln, bitch. Wow. That shit cracked me up. Either way, there is a shout out for Jackal. I was finally able to get in there. I hate that they have a timer on that. But either way, if you guys haven't already, make sure to follow the Jackal Gaming. He's ran one-shots here on this channel. He's helped us out a lot with being a part of our games, both the Vampire and D&D side. So make sure to give them a follow and check out their content as it starts to come out more every day. All right. Let's see. Did anybody send me a link for follow or shout or raids today? I know we were watching a couple, but they disappeared, so I don't know where to start.
I wouldn't dip.
The one vampire game we're talking about isn't live anymore by the looks of
the
it.
general vampire one right now. We are the only ones.
Wait, let me see. Is it still
TTRPG?
streaming or are they closing up? Nope. Oh, there's one starting soon, which is Far the World of Darkness.
Are they already on a starting soon screen, or?
Yeah, they're on a starting soon screen. Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, because as far as Vampire the Masquerade, we're the only ones. Yeah,
here,
if you want to send me the name of it.
There you go.
Sir?
It's in there. Yeah, that's the they're starting soon on the World of Darkness, it looks like. Server.
Give me a second, guys, while we figure out a raid. While I am looking at that, though, like I said, definitely make sure to check out our Ko-Fi page. I know that I harp on this one a lot, but like if you guys want to interact with the game, that's the best place to do it. If you have any questions about the rumor system, I've had a few people ask me. It seems like it may confuse some. So if you ever have any questions on how it works, make sure to get in touch with me about it. The rumor system is probably the coolest thing about this game to me. And like, I love games that use similar mechanics. The main reason is it gives you, the individual or the audience, you know what I mean, a chance to change the narrative of the story completely. You guys get so much ability to interact and affect the game. Any of those rumors that you guys add, the second that you add a rumor, the players will overhear it that episode, or it's the, you know, as soon as I can after that rumor comes in. The same with evidence. If any evidence presents itself, I put it in there as fast as I possibly can. The big goal there is just to try and, you know, get it into the game as quickly as possible, so they're overhearing all these crazy rumors about wacky, weird things, or scary things, whatever it is, going on within the city. But as soon as they become real, you know, every time we hit that $100 donation goal, that's usually the next story arc, you know, as far as that goes. We're closing this story arc, but the next one, I can go ahead and tell you, has a large deal to do with those strange blueprints that Numar found. And that was 100% submitted by you guys, so our next story arc will head in that direction. My goal is to get them coming in so fast that we're almost constantly at a race to keep up with all of them. You know what I mean? To fill the city with rumors and chaos, and every time we hit that goal, a new one becomes active, and that's our next little 2 or 3 session story arc. But it's from you guys in the chat, and that's the coolest part. I'm just here to write it in a way that makes sense mechanically for the game, but I love you guys' creativity taking a part of it. You know, it'll still have a little flavor of me added to everything because I'm running the game, but it'll be your idea that we're doing. And that's the part I think is really cool. A great example I use all the time is if you've ever seen Kolok 1991, they did something similar. With their system, they had a list of rumors that were already out there, and you could just add to them. With our game, you guys can start from the ground up. Anything you want to add, anything you think would be an interesting story, you can add into the game. And as long as a couple of people, 1 or 2 people support it and add some evidence to it, it's very likely that it'll become the next integral arc to our story. So definitely make sure to check out the Ko-Fi shop. That stuff goes a very long way, and it's really appreciated. But I am going to go ahead and close up here. Thank you guys for everyone that subbed, followed, shouted out, all the stuff. We actually had a pretty busy game behind the scenes today. So thank you for all of you that support the channel. It means everything to me. This is my full-time job. It's something that I want to do for a living. You know what I mean? And that's hard. It's not easy. You know what I mean? I'm not like the 16-year-old kids that just got lucky or had money from their family and got to buy a nice computer and start streaming and stream their family vacations they take every year. I'm a broke ass bitch. I had to grind my way up from a $100 laptop that couldn't even run Roll20 to where we are now, and I really have you guys to thank for it, but I really want to, make sure it's known that I'm putting in the effort, and I hope you guys appreciate it and enjoy the content that gets put out there. So if you get a chance, support the channel and help us to make bigger and better content as we go. I've got a lot of things I want to do, so just keep standing by us, and I'll keep making the best content I can. And these guys will be here to help me along the way. I am going to go ahead and raid out. I don't know who this person is, but they are playing on the World of Darkness server that I play on. So let's show them some love. Looks like they're just getting started. So let's go ahead and send our guys over their way and give them a little bit of views. Looks like they're getting their haircut right now, but good enough time to stop in and give them a shout out or a raid. Make sure to tell them that Tabletop Down crew sent you. Let's see if I can get this put in here. I want to make sure I get the name right. All right, there we go. So yeah, we're gonna raid Sapphire Please. It looks like they're, like I said, playing on the same World of Darkness server that I play on. Something a little bit different, but in the same vein. So, like I said, make sure to tell them that the Tabletop crew or It's So Sublime sent you. I appreciate it. I'll see you guys tomorrow when I'm going to do some GTA RP myself. Otherwise, if you want to, come hang out in the Discord with me after the game, and we'll bullshit a little bit and hang out for a while I, sit there and chat with you in the sub-only area. So make sure you got that sub. All right, guys, I'll talk to you next time. Thank you all. You all have a wonderful night. Goodbye.
Peace.
Sleep well, everyone.
Here it is.